Scheduled session of Once Upon a Roll. Missed Saturday due to unforeseen circumstances, but we are here now, and that's all that matters. Last we left off, the group finally put into play their plan to approach and encounter the leader of the Plague Doctors, Brelin Mortis. You found him at the Goodly Spirits Tavern that you learned he frequents each evening. You confronted him, as well as the plague doctors that were following him, and a skirmish in the streets of Worthy ensued. You quickly found out that his followers, these plague doctors, seemed nothing more than average humans. But Brelin himself, a spellcaster of some merit, as he escaped Netadion's clutches by turning himself into a gaseous form, summoning an earth elemental to attempt to head you off, and fleeing into a nearby building. The three of you, as well as Alexander, followed, where you discovered Brelin hiding out, and a room that, when opened, you saw 4 of these vampire spawn creatures that, upon you entering, seem to come awake and charge. You close the door rapidly behind you, but they are now currently clawing and attempting to break through the door to get at you. As you look up ahead, about on the second floor, the rafters overlooking this open area on which you stand, it's Brelin Mortis, his gray wooden staff in hand, the beaked nose of the Plague Doctor mask, and the empty eyes staring down at you. And it's at this point that I would like everybody to roll initiative, please.
$24.
All right.
$21.
21?
11.
Okay. get this all down here. Okay, before we start, as you all get a bearing on in the seconds that the moments that are passing, Brelin speaks. Well, we were told that something like this might happen eventually. And is that you, Alexander? I thought I recognized the ungrateful nephew of our Lord Loghain. Very well. If you're here, then there's only one way that this will go, and I won't let you undo all the work that we have done for Worthy. Netadian, you're up first.
I'm holding the door.
Okay, if you're gonna hold the door as best you can.
No, I mean, I'm holding the
You
door.
are the one that's currently holding the door, though.
Yeah.
And you're like shoulder pressed up against it. You see a clawed hand or like long, sharp fingernails of a kind of slender but still strong enough to at least punch through the door hand is reaching out and clawing as there are more thuds, and you can feel the weight and the strength of the creatures on the other side attempting to get to you and the others beyond you.
And how far is he from us, or from me?
Well, in a straight line, he's maybe about 40 feet away and maybe about 15 feet up. To run to him, you'd have to run around the stairs to get up to him, but at a glance, hard to say. Probably more than 30 feet.
Okay, I guess I'll still hold the door, but I'll throw my incendiary edge at him.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to use flare on him if it hits.
Alright, go ahead and make your roll.
$21.
21 does hit, yes. You throw the incendiary edge dagger, it impales into the pectoral muscle of Brelin.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use the flare attack on it.
Detonates to a ball of fire that it stops maybe about 10 feet in front of you, but the wave of heat cascades over both you and Alexander. Go ahead and roll damage, or does he has to make a dex save? No.
Yeah, must succeed DC 14 dex save.
That is an 9. Does not look like he succeeds.
It's a whole bunch of 8d6s.
Roll the damage.
Yes. $24.
24 points of damage. As the smoke clears, and with it a wisp of the smoke trails back to your hand, where incendiary edge rematerializes into the blade. You can see the scorch marks, parts of the clothing still on fire, and you can see him frantically attempting to pat it out as he takes a couple of cautionary steps backwards, maybe trying to break line of sight to recuperate. I guess bonus action, are you going to try to keep the door, or?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to keep the door.
Go ahead and make a straight up strength check, please.
Bonus action, use door.
Use door to hold door.
Hold door.
Hold door.
Hold door.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm gonna hold the door. 8.
You're holding it for now.
Oh, for now.
Elaborn, it is your turn.
Again, I'm holding the door alone.
Okay, so, can I move out into the room so I have line of sight on the jerk up there?
Yeah.
And I'm going to take out my twig of the first tree and knock an arrow and cast Thorn Whip.
Alright, go for it. Roll to attack with your bow. As she pulls out the crafted wooden bow that now has a bunch of knots and imperfections on it from the sprouting greenery and little buds of flowers that are beginning to grow. She knocks an arrow. You can see the magic of her druidic spellcasting begin to form around the arrow into this thorny, viney bramble as she shoots it out, leaving like a arrow with a rope tethered to it as it leaves this vine in its wake as it travels and flies up towards Brelin, who is still kind of getting his bearings back from just being set aflame.
Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit, unfortunately. He kind of flails and just moves out of the way as he's patting himself down. The arrow whizzes past his shoulder and embeds itself into the wall behind him. You still have 25 feet of movement and anything else you can do as a bonus.
Can I get an Aridion?
Yes, you can.
Alright, well, if I can get to the door as well or not. I know it's like a narrow space, so it's like just
Yeah,
help
you
her.
can get enough to maybe help.
Yeah, that is plan. Help.
Okay, make a strength check. As you get to Nether Dion and you can see her trying to hold the door. Again, the door opens inwards towards the room, so she's like having to hold it back as they are trying to come through. So they're trying to, like, the door's being pulled open slightly and like slamming shut whenever she manages to pull it back, but also they're just trying to go through the door itself.
Okay, well, that's an 11.
11. You're holding the door for now.
Yay! Hold on.
Next up is Brelin Montes, who recovers slightly, still charred, smoking from the attack that Nadian unleashed upon him. He glares down towards you, takes the staff, and whirls it around, and this trail of smoke and almost like liquid darkness is trailing behind it as he points it down towards the center of the room, where there it impacts and begins to spread. This inky black void begins to spread and tendril outwards as it consumes a 20-foot wide space in the area. You guys hear this sloshing, almost like wet slapping sound as these dark squid-like tentacles begin to emerge from the void and lash out towards everybody. I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo.
That's a 22. There's my roll.
There's your roll.
Unnatural 20.
Okay.
19.
19. Everybody succeeds. Whoop-de-doo. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I could.
Okay. All right, so yeah, on a success. You guys all managed to evade the writhing, lashing of the tentacles. Let me check for Alexander, who with a natural 20 also does. But the area that these tentacles are writhing around on is difficult terrain. Next up. Nedarian. That's a 23 to hit.
Yeah. Ow.
Well, just to hit, we don't know the damage yet. In fact, there is no damage.
Oh.
Instead, one of the hands that while as you're trying to hold the door shut, as it begins to splinter and break outwards, an arm manages to break through and grab you by the collar of your armor and just basically pins you and holds you to the door as the door is swung open, forced open against the strength of you and Elevorn. Elevorn doesn't really have that great of a position on it, and you didn't either. So, as the door opens, you're actually pulled 5 feet into the room. And you are currently being grappled by one of these vampire spawn creatures. You are also surrounded by the other 3.
Great.
Who, since you are the only one in the doorway, they are going to attack you. First one, a 20, not natural.
Yes.
So the one that is holding you against the door, you can see that the arm is coming through the door. The head is peered around the door as it's holding you tight to it. It reaches its head around and bites you down on your shoulder. Doesn't manage to get too much of it, but the fangs still sink into your flesh. And you take 9 points of piercing damage. And 7 points of necrotic damage. And your
Okay.
hit points maximum is reduced by 7.
My hit dice are.
Your maximum hit points. So your cap now is 7 points lower. Your max HP is reduced by 7.
So maybe do that part first. Like just rewrite your HP somewhere, right? I don't know, this is a little bit.
What were you at max before, Neri?
115.
Okay, so temporarily now, your max HP is 108.
Yeah. And do I deduct the other damage from that, from 108, or?
So you would, whatever your max was, you would have taken 16 points. Just take the 16 points as normal. And just note that your max HP is now 108.
Okay.
Second spawn. That is a 8 to hit for the claw. It's one of them was coming to like break through the door, and it seems like the door was opened and jarred loose so fast that it just swipes at the air and hits nothing. It turns to you, hissing, the eyes, the pupils narrowed to near pinpricks as it lunges towards you as you're currently being restrained against the door. Its fangs and mouth open and bared, heading straight for your throat, is a natural 20.
Yeah.
Okay, first is 7 points of piercing damage. And then 10 points of necrotic damage. And your hit points maximum is reduced by 10. Third spawn. claw attack. 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not as much damage. D4s for this one. And that is 6 points of slashing damage. And it also is going to go to bite you, and that is a 17 to hit.
Yeah.
17 hits.
Yeah, my armor class is 17. So.
Barely manages to get you. It's now climbing over the other one. They are, as your wounds are being opened, you can see the frenzied look in their eyes as they're all now scrounging to get a taste. 6 points of piercing damage. And 6 points of necrotic. Your maximum hit points are reduced by 6. And Nedadian, Alexander, and slightly Durand, you can now see and hear Nedadian's sounds of pain and struggle as she flails against the swarm of spawn that are descending her. Okay, I'm going to switch these dice up because this isn't nice. 22 to hit with the claws on the last one.
Yeah.
That's 10 points of slashing damage. And then a 10 for the bite. So it just can't get to you. The other ones are pretty much taking up any real estate that they can with their bites, and the last one can't quite find any true purchase to sink its fangs into. That is the spawn's turn. Durand, it is your turn. You can look in and you can barely see Nedadian for the angle that she's at, as well as for these vampire spawns that are now just swarming and almost burying her.
Could Ella just react to what just happened and be like, "Ah, crap! There's light on the way."
And after casting the void and black tentacles, Brelin, noticing Nedadian being brought out and hearing her screams and the sound of the ravenous spawn. They are young. They are hungry.
Aura. I'll use Aura Vitality.
Okay. Is that an action or bonus action? I forget.
That is a action. The bonus action is to do the healing.
Okay.
So if I can get somewhere near her. Oh well, it's freaking far. She's 30 feet. I don't have to move towards her.
Yeah, you don't have to move.
Okay, and so I will use that bonus action to heal.
Okay.
For 10.
Alright, Nedadian, you restore 10 hit points. As through the searing pain of your flesh being pierced and scratched and clawed at, you see Duran's outstretched hand, one clutched on his sword, the other pointing at your direction as this sliver of divine energy manages to heal some of your wounds. What's your hit points maximum at the moment, Nedadian?
92 if I calculate it right.
Sounds right. Anything else, Durand? You have movement.
I guess I'll move outside of this thing to the north.
Towards Brelin, like out here,
Yeah,
just right there.
just outside of it. I'm not trying to leave these
Okay.
guys.
Gotcha. All right, is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Alexander. He's going to stare up with anger, malice, baring his fangs towards Brelin Mortis. This, for a moment, Dadan, you can see the similarities, the parallels between the creatures that are currently swarming Netadian and Alexander. For what you've normally seen as his calm demeanor, now you can see this anger inside, and he is going to turn away from Brelin and come back and grab Netadian's arm.
I'll take it, yes, if I can. Definitely. I'll hold on.
With a 21 strength check is going to wrench you free of the relatively loose grasp, because it's at an awkward angle where this one through the door is holding on to you, wrenches you free and pulls you out, still into the tentacles, which are still like writhing around you, but manages to get you out of the way of those creatures. Since you were forced out, they do not provoke opportunity attacks. And Alexander is then going to look to Elevorn. I hope I understood you correctly. In which case, I'm going to make myself scarce.
I will not.
Alright, and then he's going to use the rest of his movement to begin to head up the stairs towards Brelin. Netadian, it is your turn.
Fun.
You start your turn inside the tentacles. You were moved out of them, and you came back in. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Shouldn't be too hard for you.
22.
Yeah, you saved just fine. Still dodging out of the way. Feeling a bit drained of your vitality by the attacks that you suffered. You could see through the tears in your armor where the fangs had pierced you, just the slightest bit of this like black Icarus disease or something crawling through you.
Watch. So, by the way, if I understood it last time, I'm supposed to have a bottle or something that kind of gives me the Misty Step? At least I think I heard.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you have the potion, you drink it, and then for a minute, it gives you the ability to use Misty Step, but it's only a one-time thing. So once you use it, you drink it, you have a minute.
Yeah. I was just making sure that I understood it right, that I'm supposed to have one. But, I'll quickly to Elevorn. Are you fine? Would you be safe if I leave?
Yes, it will be fine. You be safe.
Okay, I'll then drink the thing and move the 50 feet, whatever, like where I can go. Where can I go? I want to go towards that douchebag, but get me somewhere like close where if I can.
You want to get close enough that you can Misty Step?
No, I'm drinking the potion there and then moving towards the guy anyways, even though if I can't even get up there, but still I want to get closer.
Okay, so the area that you're in is difficult terrain because of the tentacles. Are you going to Misty Step, or are you going to save that?
Yes, I'm going to Misty Step. I said it like a million times.
Alright, so you can get there with Misty Step, and you would still then have bonus action dash if you want. Oh, your
No,
movement.
the using the Misty Step is bonus action.
Bonus action, yeah. So you'd still have your
Oh,
your
it's
movement.
casting time is bonus action.
Yeah.
But you said I can still do dash, but well, yeah,
Well,
like,
no.
get me
You
over
just
there.
have, you just
Get
have
me
your
on.
movement. Sorry.
Get me there. Just
Okay.
move me right up to his face again.
Yep, there you go. Ah, and you fell down.
Oh no, you killed me.
Alright, so Netherdion gets right up to his face.
Surprise, bitch.
Surprise at the turn! I got you. Alright. Elevorn, it is your turn.
Just going to yell, "You can't have her!" and cast Sunbeam.
Okay, so Elevorn puts the bow away and yells this out, both of her hands going aglow with these orbs of bright sunlight that immediately illuminates the entirety of the interior here, casting a dark shadow around the corners where she's not in direct line of sight with.
So this is really fun. It's a Constitution saving throw, and undead and oozes have disadvantage.
Undead have disadvantage?
Yes,
Okay. Is it a line? What is it?
it's a line, a 60-foot line.
Okay. So you can get those three of them that are there in the corner.
Sure.
You wouldn't get the one that was holding Netherdion, but you could line through these three.
It's 5 foot wide, 60-foot long line. So
Yeah, you could get those three.
Okay.
They're close enough, for sure. Alright, so Constitution saving throw, huh?
Yes, please.
Okay, first one. Disadvantage? Well, it would have been an 18, but it's an 8 instead. Second is a 10. And the third and final one is an 18 with disadvantage. So I'm guessing that that's one save, yes?
It was an 18. Yeah, that's a save. It
Yeah.
takes half and isn't blinded.
Okay. Oh, they're blinded too. Excellent. Sunbeam.
That's 29 points of damage.
29 points of damage. And what's the radius of the sunlight that you create? 30-foot radius?
30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet.
You said 29?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get this math done real quick. So half would be 14 to the last one. So, as Elevorn, these two motes of light just glowing brilliant in her hand, she brings them together to form one super bright mode of light and Kamehamehas it straight into the room. You can hear the screeches of pain from these undead thralls as the radiant energy of this sunlight encapsulated begins to singe and burn their flesh. You can see the physicality weaken on them, like as they're prolonged to this sunlight, Elevorn. The muscles seem to shrink, their faces grow more gaunt, and this sort of black-gray char begins to paint itself across their features the longer they're exposed. Also, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please, for the tentacles.
It's 14.
14 does not save. You would have taken this before, so there's no concentration check. But before you cast, all that stuff still happens, except now you're doing it while a tentacle is wrapped around you and holding you grappled. All right?
Okay, fine. I don't care. I would still shout like that. I'm like, I don't care about you.
Okay, so you do take 15 points of bludgeoning damage from the tentacles.
Okay.
Alright, next up is Brelin Mortis. Was running out of options. Unfortunately, the use of that gaseous form really limits him on his resources.
Good.
Yeah. So instead, he's going to... I'm not sure what that was with that blade of yours. It was a neat trick. I forgot one of my own. And he's going to cast a spell that zips past you, this orange bead that goes and comes down to about here and explodes outward. I need Alexander, Neredian, and Durand to make dexterity saving throws against the fireball. Alexander fails.
Oh, come on, Alexander. 25.
Yeah, you succeed. Surprise, surprise.
Hey, I've had practice on dodging fire.
Yeah, that's fair.
He
Durand.
hasn't.
$24.
Jeez, dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, it's the roll plus 5.
Jeez. Alright, so Durand and Neredian take no damage as Neredian just avoids the fireball. Explain that one to me, scientists. And Durand blocks the majority of the blast with his shield. Alexander, however, does take 28 points of fire damage. And as the flames and smoke subsides, Brelin, you can't see his facial expression, but the body reaction, the slight twitch and flinch, step backwards as you are totally, completely unscathed, still there, still right up in his face, is apparent. So next up are the spawn. As the bright sunlight still is emitting the room from Elevorn's hands aglow with the magical energy, you can see them still being pained just by the presence of this sunlight, still withering, burning away, their skin, their flesh beginning to flake, turn to ash and smoke. They all take 20 points of radiant damage for starting their turn in sunlight. Let's see. Yeah. First one is going to, still with its arm through the door, Elevorn. It's going to slam the door closed, keeping the bad light out, and you see the arm withdrawing back in. So the door is now closed. And that's it. Durand, your turn. Elevorn, you hear the scramble of the creatures inside, as you can hear them moving away from the door, moving to wherever maybe the light from your sunbeam still blasting through the openings that they had made, trying to get out of the room through the door, maybe trying to get to whatever corners the sunlight doesn't touch. But you don't have any vision inside the room. Durand, your turn.
Can I help? Wait, is Neri within range 30 feet?
What does that mean? Within range of
30 feet of the heel.
She is within 30 feet. She's about 15 feet above you and about 10 feet away. You can see kind of like parts of her as she moves and gets ready to strike, as well as the her cloak.
Okay, so heal her again.
All right.
That is a wonderful little 5.
Five.
Something.
That's something.
And then I'm
take
going
it.
to... Yeah. I'm going to rush over to Elevorn.
All right.
Can I do something about this?
Rushing over to L1 would take you through the area.
Yeah, well, I mean, fuck it.
Okay. So as you enter the area, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Might I say, this blends really nicely, these little sticky cling things. Works. They seem to work well.
It looks evil. It is good.
It's good.
I said it looks evil. It is good.
What's that dex save?
Still trying to calculate.
What?
No, sorry, I had to run to the... nothing. It's unnatural 20.
Alright, you're good. You batter one of the tentacles away, but they're still lashing out and making your movement difficult. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. You get right up to within 5 feet of her, but you're not quite up against the door yet. You still have your action, however.
Well, she's grappled by tentacles. My purpose to move over here was to see if there's something I can do to help her out of this.
You can attempt to free her from the grapple, yeah.
Yeah, let me do that.
Alright, go ahead and make a strength or dex. No, just a strength check. Not athletics, just strength. To try to actively force the tentacles to release their grasp from around Elevorn. Let's go, big boy. Show me your muscles.
Of course. Of course I get a natural 20 from this.
As Elevorn, you're currently sort of being suspended partially, like maybe a few inches off the ground at times. Sometimes you're able to just get your tippy toes onto the ground, but mostly you're being held aloft by this tentacle that is like making breathing difficult. Duen just rushes up and just wrenches it open so that you're able to fall back to your feet free of the grasp. Duen spends a couple seconds fighting back this tentacle, but currently you're now free from your grappled condition.
Thank you.
No problem.
Next up is Alexander. He's going to come up and run around and fall, just like Ned Dion. Flank with you. There's nowhere to go now, Berlin. May as well make this easy on yourself, eh? On second thought. And he's going to lash out with his unarmed strike. That's a natural 1. Excellent. And then a 25 to hit. So, Berlin takes 15 points of slashing damage from one of Alexander's attacks. Actually, he was flanking, so the first one was a hit because of advantage. Second one is also a hit, same roll. It's like, I did that for a reason. Why would I not count it?
Because.
And 16 on the second one. You see the scorched out uniform of the plague doctors from your attack, Nadion, now beginning to be tattered by Alexander's unarmed strikes against it. You can see part of the sleeve is coming off, and you can smell blood in the air. Maybe it's your own, who knows? It's your turn, though.
Great. Okay, that's I want to use Toll the Dead on him.
Okay.
So the target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw.
That's a 13. What's your DC?
How did this calculate again?
8 plus proficiency plus your spellcasting ability, which is intelligence. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's 14?
Yeah.
Your proficiency is plus 4, right?
Yeah.
And your intelligence is plus 2?
No, it's +1.
Oh, it's plus 1.
Yeah, so that's 13.
13, so he just saves.
That's fine.
Bonus?
I'm gonna stab him with Incendiary Edge as a
Go
bonus.
for it.
And but if it hits, I'm gonna use Immolation. Because fuck this guy.
Okay, roll for the attack. 1 second, I'm gonna look that up.
It was if it hits, then the target must make a DC 14 Dex save.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I was just making sure it wasn't a it's an action to cast to do
Oh.
that. Yeah.
Okay, well fine. I'm just
That's
gonna
what
stab him
Just
just normally. 'Cause
do it with
it's still gonna
advantage.
be- Yeah, it's still gonna be a little bit warm to him because it's Incendiary Edge.
Yeah, and sneak attack if you want it.
Yeah, and that's just 27.
27? That'll hit barely. Yeah. You plunge the dagger right into between his chest.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll with sneak attack.
$23.
23 points of damage. He's looking not good. He's kind of killed off. You can tell he's breathing hard. He's barely clutching onto the staff. And you can see the blood beginning to pool under the plague doctor robes.
Can I kind of like keep Incendiary Edge on him? Like I'm holding on to the Incendiary Edge at the same time.
Alright, sure.
Good.
Elevorn, it is your turn. Please make a dexterity saving throw. And I believe you have a bonus to it because your friend Durand is right there. Does she, Durand? Is it any saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay. +2?
Well, that's 25 then.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. No tentacles.
Yay.
Man, what a waste of a spell. Alright, your turn, Elevorn.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what Brelin Mortis is doing, and the best I could do is stick my arm through the door and be like, haha, but, I can't really aim it properly, so what am I going to do?
Right. I'll say you have no idea where any of these people are, where any of these creatures are. So where would you be aiming it?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is, that is a risk, and I can't really just point it at Brelin because I will barbecue people up there, and I don't want to do that. So, I'm like, can I hold my hand movement and redirection of the spell for, if Brelin moves out of range of Alexander or something?
So you're gonna just stick it in, and you're just going to hold the action of actually using the sunbeam spell?
No, that's what I was saying, is because that is I don't know, they're afraid to come out right now, so they're contained. So if I just want to wait for Brelin to move, so if he tries to run away, I can hit him with it. Redirect it if he
But
moves.
until then, you're holding it in the hole into the room?
No,
Or-
that'll be my thing. My held action is to redirect it towards Brelin if it becomes possible to do so.
I will say that because of where he was before when you had initially cast the spell versus where you are and he is now, the entire room would be sunlight, including where Alexander is.
Yeah, but it's but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's only 5 feet wide. It wouldn't hit him if I tried to hit Brelin with it. Or Neri. I don't want to hit either.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the beam. I'm talking about the aura of light that it sheds is sunlight. So right now there's a 60-foot radius of light from the moat in your hand. That is sunlight.
Well, if it doesn't matter if I pointed at him, because I wouldn't want to hurt Alexander or Neridion right now. So that's why I was it is a little bit, I guess maybe the direct beam, the directness of it at him would be, I don't know.
I'm not talking about the beam.
I'm talking about the beam. I'm worried about the beam. I want to use the beam on Brelin Mortis, but I don't want to barbecue my friends.
Okay. Okay, the beam it's only 5 feet wide, so yeah, you would be able to hit him without hitting the other ones. They're not in your line, they're off to the side by 5 feet each.
Okay, if that's possible, I will do that then.
Okay. Constitution saving throw? Maybe or maybe not with disadvantage, you don't know.
I don't know.
Natural 20. For a total of 22. So half damage, I believe.
$27.
27 points of damage, half to 13. This brilliant beam of light comes between you and Alexander Neredian, and for the instant that Elevorn is focusing the blast that way, you can't see past it. It's just a white, hot, bright light. You have to kind of squint and look away like it's directly looking into the sun. Elevorn, you do see Alexander recoil, seemingly either discomforted or even pained by the proximity.
This makes me very happy.
Oh boy.
Yay! I did that, I guess. Damn it.
You didn't do damage with him with the sunbeam, like the direct beam, but the light is still sunlight, so.
It's really bright.
Very bright.
I know that. That's why. Fine. Okay. Well, just. Oops, I didn't. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying
My
calm your
turn.
voice. You still have movement and bonus, I believe.
I guess I could try to leave the tentacle crap.
Are
That
you
would
going to?
probably be good. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well-
Oh, it doesn't do anything. Can I continue to move towards the door or something?
Yeah. That's 30 feet, staying on the outside of the tentacles.
Okay, I will stay here then.
All right. Next up is Brelin.
With the dagger in his.
Yeah,
A little bit singed.
He's going to attack you with his staff. That's a 12.
Yeah, no.
No. All right. So it does connect, but not with enough force to actually deal damage, and you can see he's still pained with the every movement by the dagger that you're just holding there. Next up, Durand. Dexterity saving throw, please.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? I do a dexterity saving throw?
Yes, you do. Yeah. It's your turn. And you're in the tentacles.
$24.
Yeah, you're good. It's your turn.
All right. Anera is still within 30 feet?
Not quite.
All right. Well,
She's about. You'd have to move about 10 feet closer.
Fuck it. Move me closer. Out of this stuff.
Closer than Neridia?
Yeah.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. Is it close enough to be within range of Neridion?
Perfect. Let's heal. Almost max. 11.
11 points of healing for you, Neridion.
Woo.
You still have 15 feet.
Just get me out of this towards the stairs.
Okay. There you go. You are just out of it.
Fine.
No, you can big boy dash. You can use your short bow.
If I dash, would I make it to him?
It'll be close. You're like 80-20 on it, but you could make it.
Let me just firebolt him.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. These gloves.
Like the second time I use them. 18.
18 does hit.
The damage is
Is it 2 or 3d10? I think it's 3d10.
3d10 for a total of 14.
14. All right. Yeah, he's looking real bad. Next up is Alexander, who is going to attack as Neladion holds the dagger in the chest of Brelin. As Brelin takes the firebolt, Alexander's going to attack. First one is with advantage is actually worse, so that's a miss on the first one. And the second one is a hit.
He was still a bit blinded by the light.
Still a bit. He does actually have disadvantage because of it. So just straight rolls, advantage flanking. He does a little bit, but isn't entirely there. He's going to move. Trying to get around a corner to block the sunlight. Brelin does weakly swing his staff towards him, trying to lash out as he passes by, kind of ducking his head down and running, pulling the cloak up behind him, shielding him from the sunlight that's being emanated from Elevorn. But Brelin misses. Neladion, it is your turn.
Immolation.
With the blade still in his chest.
But how do we do this now? Because it says that
No attack. I want you to still make the attack roll.
Okay. $21.
21. All right, he begins to move back and tries to free himself, but you stay with him and maneuver yourself to keep the blade within his chest as you focus on it, and you can feel the hilt of the dagger beginning to glow hotter and hotter, and you can see beneath the skin, beneath the clothing of Brelin, this red hot energy begin to amass. Go ahead and roll your damage for immolation. That's a dexterity saving throw for him. That is a 7.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No, it is not. So you roll the normal attack damage as well as the fire damage. 8d6 fire damage.
Lots of calculating. Total of 37 of all. Everything.
37.
Yeah.
Wow. That's enough.
Oh.
Since I cannot legally say it, would you wish to take narrative control of the situation to describe the manner in which you finish off this enemy?
I mean... I can only imagine it's just the same thing that happened to the Gorvat. It's gonna kind of explode from the inside.
So, the extreme heat from the dagger being still impaled within the chest of Brelin actually cauterizes the wound and fuses the muscles in the skin to the blade of your dagger. You can hear and see like the red lights behind the eyes, behind the skin as the flames erupt inside of him and screams out. You can actually feel the heat, almost as if he's breathing fire from beneath the plague doctor mask. The clothes begin to catch on fire. You wrench the dagger free, taking skin and muscle with it as Brelin collapses in a crumpled, smoldering heap. And the tentacles disappear.
Good. Wait, now we can't have any squid for dinner.
Oh. As he falls, the staff clatters to the floor, rolls slightly away from him. At this very moment, there are no enemies. You can still hear the sort of eerie, pained whimpers from behind the door of the spawn creature, still fearing the sunlight, which is pouring through the holes and gaps in the doorway into the room where they're sheltered up. Elevorn, from your vantage point now, you can see Alexander, who is out of the sunlight, just barely in the shadows behind the wall on the second floor, but you see him watching as Brelin falls and then does a double take into the room that he was running towards and seems oddly curious with it. He takes a step inside.
I'll pick up the staff and follow Alexander, I guess.
Okay, so Neredion picks up the staff. You head into the room where you look, and it's a very simple, almost like a bedroom. There's a a bed roll laid out on the ground, much like what Durand spent most of his time sleeping on, and a small desk with a few candles that are currently unlit on it. Other than that, there isn't much in this room. You can see a couple folded clothes, some like two looks like full plague doctor outfits. Desk seems to have a bunch of notes, ink and quill, just very, very simple. You can see some partially eaten fruit and food from maybe earlier in the day. There isn't much in here.
I'm gonna take a look at the notes on the table, I guess.
Okay. Make an investigation check, and as you do that, Durand, Elevorn, what are you doing?
Should we open the door? I mean, should I sunlight them more? It's going to wear off kind of soonish.
I can. Can't you use that thing? The orb or the gem? I can't remember.
Yeah, I still have that. I just thought maybe if we needed it for something else later might be good. But I mean, I don't know how much of a threat these things are anymore, so I was just like, well, we have it, should we? I'm not all really for killing things and people and stuff, but they were going to eat Neri.
I'll watch the door then.
Well, I mean, I could open it and just
finish him off with the sunlight that's emitting from my hand right now.
Maybe I'm a little too mad. I don't know.
I mean, maybe we should ask Alexander. After all, I mean, would be a good chance for him to give us an idea of what he's going to do once this is all over.
Yeah, okay.
So right now, Alexander is probably out of earshot, as far as you know. Maybe he picked up on that, maybe he didn't. He's currently in the room with Neredion.
Well, if I have a little more time left on it, can I duck into the room there so I'm not just like, or is it locked? It's locked, isn't it?
Yeah. So you have about 45-ish, 30 at this point, 35, 30 seconds.
Okay, so I shout, Alexander, do I use my bright light on them or not? Quick!
As much as I have plans for what comes next, it might be best to not have these things following us forward. The moment that they are out of the light, they will regenerate rather quickly.
Okay, so busting down the door it is, I guess.
So you're doing it?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, they tried to get nary.
Okay. So don't have to bust down the door. You open the door and you can see them. They were like kind of cowering in the shadows, and you can see that even from the short amount of time, some of the scarring, some of the scorch marks and burns did seem to heal up, or not heal up, but regenerate. The skin fixing itself, the strength seemingly beginning to return. But the moment that you enter, the screeches and the horrified gasps of pain return as you just enter and hold your hand with the brilliant aura of sunlight around it that just leaves no corner of this area untouched. Although they shield their eyes, cowering down in the corner, they screech out as you can watch as within the 30 seconds that you have left, they're not, by the end of it, they look like nothing more than skin and bone charred like mummified remains. The sunlight, the aura around your hand dims down, and the spell ends. As he walks back into the room, Neredion, what's that investigation check?
22.
22. Alexander walks around, and as you're looking at the desk and the notes, just notes. As Logain's head doctor, I would expect a little bit more of a lavish staying.
Well, I can't really say what the point of having. Well, didn't he? Well, this could be just a safe house, so.
So, looking through, you see notes that some of them seem to be noting the behaviors of the creatures. You can see some documentation on what they're like, their attitudes, their mannerisms. And going through it, you find, with the 22, you find clasped underneath the desk itself, like a metal clasp, is a journal.
I'll look at it. I'll
All right,
open it.
you look at it.
Okay.
You open it. The first entry is from a few years back, and it seems to denote just a physician's research. Nothing too remarkable, nothing exciting. Pretty bland, boring talk of herbal remedies and medicines and the like.
I'll. I don't. I'm not gonna keep reading on it. I'll just take the notes and the journal with me. I guess I'll look at them later on better.
Okay. Duran Delavorn, would you have head up to the room after you did what you did?
Yeah.
Alright. So, Duran, if you would, especially because Elavon was taking care of the stuff, you would see what Netherdion had found. She takes the journal. You walk in as she's kind of reading through it a little bit. And Elavon, if you would have head up there as well, you would see about the same thing.
Could I actually take a look at, like, investigate or whatever? See if there's anything on the dead guy up there.
On Brelin?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, make an investigation check. So, kind of looking at it, Netherdion and skimming through, you do notice that it goes for a while. The first entry about 3 years prior, but it does seem to be kept fairly up to date as you just skim through the dates in the pages.
So you want me to read it now?
No, I'm just saying. No, I put this in front of you so that you didn't read it. That's
Yeah, like Mary
no,
reads.
it's fine. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll stick to it. That I'll check it out later. I guess. I don't think it's time to read at the moment.
All right.
Shit, I think it's time to read. Hand it over.
Well, the people from the temple did want
His notes. Huh?
one, two, or both things to assist them in taking down the fog wall.
Oh, perfect. I can read and walk.
All right.
Okay.
So you can.
Yeah, I'll hand the book to him.
Sure. Elavon, did you find anything?
I was a 16, so I don't know.
Wow. Honestly, there isn't much. Netherdion has the staff, and it doesn't seem like he had much on him to begin with. You do find the coins that he was carrying on him. That totals to about 33 gold. But other than that, like as well as his living conditions, it doesn't seem like he holds much on him. He doesn't carry much on him. And anything else that he might have carried, you do see bits of parchment that is currently burnt beyond any sort of usefulness or recovering.
But he's not, like, healing up or anything, right?
It does not appear so. But then again, you cannot see his face.
Well, I want to see his face. Can I see his face?
Sure, you take off the plague doctor mask, and you can see the sort of charred scorches that like coming up from the chest make its way to just under the jawline of just blackened, scabbed, burnt flesh. You see the wiry dark hair that you had seen only from the back before, and now you see what appears to be a maybe late 40s, early 50s human man.
Can I clap in front of his face?
You want to clap in front of his face?
Just like, make like a startling kind of noise. Like just,
Alright.
just to see if he's like actually dead or not.
Doesn't-
because he's got his
there's no
eyes closed,
reaction.
hopefully.
Yeah,
Or his
there's-
eyes closed.
There's no reaction. His eyes are kind of part way closed. Yeah, mostly closed.
Probably non-existent.
Just going to be like, you're a bad man.
Okay. He doesn't
Anyway.
he doesn't respond. If
Well, that's fine. I'm just, you needed to know. His deadness needed to know, I guess. I don't know.
So Alexander said, hopefully this is enough. I'm going to, with haste, go back and visit Andrea. Really quick. Keep her up to date. Just in case I might need her. Your next step, I believe, is to visit with the temple. I do not need to be there anyway. I'll be there when the wall comes down, hopefully. I can move a bit quicker than you all, so I'll be waiting. Just don't want to be... Well, things seem to have gone as smoothly as they could up until now, and I don't wish to introduce any kinks into the plan by rubbing some holy men the wrong way.
I guess that is for the best indeed. Before you go, you think, is this gonna be an issue? Those things down there bit me and scratched me, and I'll kind of show some of the scars or something if I can, if they're still kind of maybe it looks like it's infected.
Definitely something to get taken care of when you can. However, if you worry about being afflicted, no, they are too young in the curse to pass it on, as well as they lack the means of doing so.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure one of your holy men allies, or maybe even Durand here, could probably take care of that for you.
I'm gonna tell it to Rond.
It'll be a first for me, but I definitely wouldn't mind giving it a shot.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're here, so it's better to at least try. If you can do it, then we don't have to wait even for that moment that we walk to the temple.
Sure. Let me try my best.
I know you can do this.
Lay on hands. Do you need HP?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, well, how much?
I'm currently at 80 points.
So she's 18 points down from her current maximum.
We'll top it off.
So the wounds close up, the soreness does ease. You're at 98 hit points. You do heal, you do restore hit points, but your maximum is still reduced.
I think that did definitely something. Hopefully it, cured all of it or something. I don't know what this is. It's still...
Well, we should get moving. Not sure how sensitive Logain would be to what just happened here. I'm sure the bodies of doctors in the streets, something that news would travel fast. We should move along with haste. I'll meet you at the gates.
Yes. Let's go.
So as the three of you head off, Alexander turns to mist and escapes through a crack in the second-story window and heads off. Durand, Neredian, Elevorn, you are heading further north into the city towards the where you will meet up with the members of the Temple of the Raven Queen, Gertrude, Novanan, and Bernard, as well as others that you had made friends with. Durand, you have the journal.
Yeah, I'm giving it a read.
All right. Well, there's a lot to read. Starting at the beginning, about 3 years back. You're
More
going for
recent
some-
information.
How recent?
I suppose the
It's
mentality
the
would
last
be.
entry, there's like as you open it up and you can see the first one, it seems like at some point this guy was like a normal physician or doctor, is what it reads like. You can try to find, I don't know, wherever you want to try to find. If you want to go like a couple weeks back, you can. If you want to go about half a year back. If you want to try to find something about the start of the plague, if you're trying to skim for some sort of, I don't know, where do you want to go?
I suppose reading it till I see some sort of mention of the plague.
Okay, so just skimming through until you see some sort of thing that catches your eye. That's not just normal like home like treatments and standard stuff. Everything for the first while just does seem rather mundane, boring, or out of your purview of knowledge, where the words just don't really make sense. You come to a page that is dated about half a year prior, and it reads, "With the 17th death of the week from an unknown cause, I could no longer avoid bringing this issue to the door of Lord Sanvinique, where I expected no more than to be dismissively instructed to take care of whatever this problem was. I, however, was wrong, and Lord Sanvinique insisted that I inform him further of my findings." You continue to read. You're flipping through maybe a week or two into the next entry. "Widespread panic has been avoided thus far, but with death tolls now nearing 100, it is only a matter of time before the public must be made aware that there is an uncurable illness spreading. As I spend my nights frantically searching for an answer, I have the odd feeling that Lord Sanvinique is struggling with a solution as well." There are a few more entries after of no progress, nothing to note, same as before. And then you get to an entry different than the rest. The first one in what seems like 2.5 to 3 months' time, maybe a little bit more. That's not just a couple word entries stating that nothing is changing. It reads, "Lord Sanvinique has approached me with a solution. All other means of curing or containing this plague have been exhausted. He has requested that I do not document his cure, and I shall respect that wish, for certainly he has saved this city for the good of Worthy and its people." And that's the last entry before you can read as it gets a bit technical into the establishing of the plague doctors, the formation of the walls, which the information on that goes on for pages and pages, and kind of wish you had Era here at the moment because it does get very deep into the arcane.
I just blindly ignorant of the
Of what?
Well, I mean, if he was wishing that Era could see something, Era could see something.
I'm not about to broadcast this thing.
Well, I mean, if you want to make an Arcana check, you can try to do it, but a lot of it is just like runic and words and like arcane or in different languages as well.
No,
Whatever language.
it's. I think I got what I wanted from it, or whatever I could.
Okay. Were you reading this out loud as you guys power walked through the city?
Just probably the small important bits. I guess whatever you said is whatever I would have read out loud.
Sure. So you guys hear Durand as he's kind of trying to shelter the journal from the rain as much as he can as you guys are walking through the storm. He kind of mumbling to himself, whatever. And then he's like, listen to this. And he begins to speak out and he reads out to you the same that I read to you.
Yeah. So I'm just curious as to whether he was just like maybe blindful, willing ignorance towards what it actually is.
I was going to kind of paw at the book a little bit and be like, does it say anything about Demetrius in there?
As far as you could see, Duran, no. No mentions of Demetrius, no mentions of a flamboyant tiefling. You go to like the recent entries, nothing.
Unfortunately not.
Does any of this make sense? Because this really doesn't make sense to me. I mean, he's supposed to... Was anything ever really killing people? Was it always just them? Because this is, like, weird and confusing and, like...
Well, I mean, what if they... One or two things, like, the only things I can think of was that I want to jot anything down that could be damning to them, or really thought that they were just afflicted with an illness. Was studying them without knowing the cause of it for some reason. Or the nature of it, rather, I guess would be.
Well, what I was wondering is, were people ever really getting sick, or were they all just always being converted? Like, was there ever really an illness? It doesn't... It seems like they were just being killed, right? Like, I mean, or do we think that they were sick?
Would you like me to reread it? Just like not taking up in-game time, but for you guys? Or are we good?
No, I think we're good. I mean, the most important thing was that we got it to them so that they could drop the shield.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that, for you guys' knowledge or curiosity, does anyone want to take a step out of time and have me reread it?
I was paying attention when you read it, but it was just like it was unclear as to it was vague. Like that's why I was like I don't quite follow if it was meant to imply that there actually was an illness or not. And
That's up to your interpretation. I can reread it if you want.
No, okay. Then
You sure?
I
No, that's
did
fine.
understand it because you were intentionally vague about it. Great.
Yeah.
No.
His writings of it were intentionally vague. Yeah, I definitely agree with.
No.
You don't think that? He's just sitting here saying, "Oh, some plague," and yet this man in years and living in this place has not been able to identify what we've been able to do in like 3 days.
We had a little help,
I don't think we would have figured this out without the help who already knew what was going on. Well, kinda, and has the same affliction and everything.
Well, I mean, that's arguable considering I can sense these things.
Yeah, but could you have said that they are vampires and they spread the disease or whatever you want to call that? And
Well, if they were some type of undead of some sort, which is what I can probably determine, then it's just a few undead that I can imagine. It would not have taken me years.
well, this
Not everybody is a magical paladin or druid or anything as well.
Right.
You guys are heroes, all right. This type of thing is your job.
well, I don't think there was just a sickness. It's just this. It was always this.
Well, because why would all of the cures fail? If it was a real illness, he should have been able to treat it somehow. And I mean, even the people in the temple should have been able to help people. I'm sure he tried that too. I mean, he worked with them, so obviously he would have tried that. And if they couldn't, why couldn't they? That is weird. I'm going to be quiet now. There are more questions here than answers. I don't feel good about this. I'm going to close the book and run away now. No, I know. Just be like, there are so many more questions now because, is it just me? Are there more questions? There are more questions, aren't there? I mean, if you can do this, Durand, right? How come can't they? I mean, you're not exactly the same, but
There's always more questions.
Not like these questions, though. This is, serious. How did...
It's alright. I mean, the important thing is that we get this to... the holy men to drop the barrier.
Yeah, but are we sure?
Are we sure about what?
I mean, you just said that you could have figured this out on your own, right? So why didn't our holy men that we're taking this to, why did we have to? I mean, they could probably know the things that you know, right? Maybe? I don't know.
Oh no, Ella's getting her tinfoil hat on.
Well, I suppose they were at some part trusting on Alexander's uncle's stuff, what he ever said and everything, that, oh yeah, this is plague, and I'm sure he didn't say it himself at first, but the orders came from up there in one way or another, so...
Do they answer to him? I mean, don't they answer to the Raven Queen? Isn't it different, or is it not different? I mean, obviously they follow the law of the Empire, so maybe they do answer to them.
It's they do answer to the Raven Queen, I think, but they also have to answer to whoever's in charge of the city.
Oliver just becomes a squirrel. This is too much.
Why?
Cheeping at the voice in the sky.
What did I do?
You did this.
You were very vague. Now my
What
brain is like making all these connections that aren't there.
I'm very big. Okay.
Okay.
I'm rereading it.
No, it's okay. Don't do it. I will pick something else out of
With
this.
the 17th death of the week from unknown causes, I could no longer avoid bringing this issue to the door of Lord Sanvanique, where I expected no more than to be dismissively instructed to take care of whatever this problem was. I, however, was wrong, and Lord Sanvanique instead requested to be further informed of my findings. The next entry. Widespread panic has been avoided thus far, but with death tolls now nearing 100, it is only a matter of time before the public must be made aware that there is an uncurable illness spreading. As I spend my nights frantically searching for an answer, I have the odd feeling the Lord Sanvanique is struggling with a solution as well. The final entry. Lord Sanvanique has approached me with a solution. All other means of curing or containing this plague have been exhausted. He has requested that I do not document his cure, and I shall respect that wish, for certainly he has saved this city, for the good of Worthy and its people. That leaves you all confused still. If it's still vague, then I apologize. It was not my intention, but that's what's written.
I guess there was sickness. And anyone that got sick, the cure was to turn them into a vampire so that they wouldn't die. By dying.
But it's still Elamorn.
People die when they are killed.
People die when
No
they're...
way.
That's
You
my
know-
deduction.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there, done that. You know, so first-hand experience, yes. But I mean, Alavorn. We went to a recent house that was supposed to have the plague, whatever sickness, and there was none. Or according to Elamorn, there was none. Nothing.
Well, maybe
Just keep
maybe the initial intention was some form of good intent. Maybe. And then it's like...
So they kept up the hoax in the end when they managed to, I'll use air quotation marks, cure the people that were sick by turning them into vampires. They just kept doing it with the whole, oh yeah, this guy is sick, and, you know, boarding up their houses and turning them into vampires. Then again, according to Alexander, they are the master vampires or whatever I don't know. I just want to get over with this.
Turn back into an elf and just be like, this is too confusing. If there was a sickness, there is not and has not been a sickness since we've been here. Nobody's getting sick and people are just being killed. Turned into, like you said, he's curing them by killing them. That's not a cure, that's a kill. That's the opposite of save. That's an unsave. That's not the what we do, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is just a lot to think, and we just need to get this to the temple and bring down the wall, and I don't know. We need to put an end to this whole vampire thing,
Yeah,
at least.
you're
And,
right.
and hopefully there is none of that illness that was going around before all of this whole hoax thing started, so that won't come back. I don't think it will come back because people haven't been dying from that. So yeah, I just want us to be over with this. That's all I care.
Yeah, it like raised so many questions. Like reading that, and then how he said, ungrateful about Alexander. That is not the way I would characterize that. It wasn't a gift. It is a curse. It is definitely a curse.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be turned into that. That's why I was kind of worried about those bites and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it won't, affect you, because that is
Yeah,
scary.
I'm feeling a bit weird, little bit, but I'm fine, and I trust Alexander on that I won't be turning into one of them.
Alright, so, still heading in the direction of the wall. As you approach, you are waved down from a nearby alleyway. Approaching, you can see some of the members of the Temple of the Raven Queen, including Bernard. Tell me, everything is all right? You all seem good. We heard sounds of the struggle. Glad to see you all alive. Looking to Nerdion mostly, who seems to be the most battered.
I'll just smile, kind of like forcefully, I guess, and
Yeah, I'm good. This is great. I love it.
yeah, it's fine. I guess I'll also hand over the staff and the notes.
You got them both. Great. I will. He whispers to another member to send a message to Gertrude, and very good. It's that time. All right, we should be ready. I'll have to skim through this quickly, and we should be able to take it down. We have to move quickly, though. Come, and with his hood up, him and the rest kind of stay close to the buildings. You all following behind as you head towards the inner walls, the rolling wall of fog cascading upwards and over the sanctum that blocks off the rest of the city from the manor. With thunder rolling in the distance and water and rain still pouring down, the you three, as well as the 5 members of the temple, them kind of shielding the book from the rain and flipping through and reading it as Daran, you kind of point them in the direction. Like, I saw some stuff about the fog wall, maybe around here. They quickly flip to those pages and begin to read and skim through it. Okay. Gertrude looks to the rest of you. Right. I only need about a few minutes, maybe less, a couple minutes. Unperturbed. If there is a way, perhaps, you could cause a little bit of a distraction
Oh, that's
for
what we
the
do
guards
best.
roaming the walls there.
Oh, I mean, distraction. That's what we do best.
Right? Alright, well, as soon as you go, we'll begin. You'll You'll have to be back here when we complete, though. Don't go too far. I'm not sure how much of the fog this will dispel or for how long, but it will definitely be enough to at least get you in.
Well, Durand, Ella, shall we?
Yeah.
Alright, so you guys head out. What are you doing?
Durand is the big blue dragonborn everybody is looking for.
Well, it is raining, it's hard, visibility's low.
Mm,
Probably gonna have to get more creative.
Huh.
Just run down the streets screaming, "Hey, blue dragon man!" Not for this one, I don't think.
What does that accomplish?
Well, we,
It helped, I think, before.
yeah. It pulled away the, well, few of them, like doctors earlier. Or if you want, I could probably get up on that wall and, like, you know. I don't really know. But I could get up on that wall. I'm sure that will bring attention. Where is the wall? Where the is
The
it?
wall is through about maybe 40 feet of this fog.
Oh,
It's
it's yeah. Okay. Hmm.
We can't do that.
What if we just go to a spot and try to like shoot at the wall, the fog wall, and I mean that could bring attention.
Just existing brought attention before. Why is it so hard?
So we're trying to draw attention away from the people.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, so that they can manage to do the spell that opens a hole for us.
Are the plague doctor masks still around? Like, are the plague doctors still outside? Did we pass them coming here?
You passed them heading there. Yeah, they're a few blocks away.
We could take the masks and stuff, and they could be just hidden in plain sight. You know, as plague doctors. I mean, Bernard already has his gear. Does he have extra?
He did not bring extra. No. He did not bring spare clothes, unfortunately. He is wearing his, though.
Well, that's
Good to
what I
know.
meant. In a reasonable amount of time, could we possibly, like, try to get a mask at least for some of these? I should have taken the mask with me, I guess, but, you know, it was
If
probably...
you want to run a few blocks back and come back, yeah, you can.
I mean, sure, we can do that. I'm
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You tell him, hey, hold on a bit, we'll be right back. Just run through the rain, splashing all the while as you go. You get back and you do pick up some of the drenched, soggy plague doctor masks.
not one of them inside.
What?
I think I killed one of them inside.
You did.
Okay, so then I'm going to start prestidigitationing them as I'm running. Like,
As you're running, you're gonna press this to try to dry them off as it's raining too. So, like, yeah. All right. You return with enough masks to disguise all of the members of the Temple of the Raven Queen. Luckily, the Temple of the Raven Queen does tend to dress in darker robes as well. So at a distance, especially through the fog wall, to the rain and the sheets of water that would separate any of the plague doctors that are patrolling, their outfits may seem similar, especially with the addition of these some slightly bloodied plague doctor masks.
Great, but what does
So
it
I'm
give?
going. Actually,
The
I got it.
music, but just
okay.
yeah.
That's fine.
I
I
don't
got
know
it.
why I tried.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's all.
could two people roll a d20 for me?
You guys roll.
All right, Drand,
my
Elavorn, roll a
God.
d20 for me.
Fine. With a bot and hit the roll.
Do all the things.
Flowers or fish?
Flowers.
Orange or orange?
Orange.
Purple.
Damn it.
Purples are D8, sorry.
That's a
Tw-
10.
What? Wait, 2?
2?
I rolled twice. I guess I'll get the first one.
Yeah, the first one. That's the first.
12.
12. 10 and 12. You just rolled basically for how well the disguises work.
I was hoping maybe a low number was good.
Why would you rolled literally average?
A low number. A low
Exactly.
number is good
Just
sometimes.
trying.
Sometimes.
Exactly middle of road.
Exactly the middle of the road, so that it's bad whether it's a high requirement or a low requirement. Excellent.
Yeah, I
Perfection.
guess. Perfectly horrible.
However, whether it's due to the conditions, the weather, as you guys watch from a nearby alleyway, whether due to the conditions or the disguises or a combination of the two, it does not seem as if the plague doctors patrolling take any particular note of the plague doctors at the perimeter of the fog wall. At least not until you see, with Brelin's staff, Gertrude, with the plague doctor mask on, begin to chant and cast a spell, the tip of the staff lighting up as she waves it in a circle around. The members... What?
It was a multi-part plan. I wasn't ready. It wasn't done. That was part of the plan. It wasn't the whole plan.
What's the whole plan?
A T-Rex is the whole plan. They're going to be like that. And then
Oh. Okay.
Oh. Go.
Who's the T-Rex?
sorry.
No, this is fine. Who is the T-Rex?
Who's the T-Rex?
That's what I was going to ask when you were done. Like, how well are they disguised? I'm like, okay, not so great. But there's still more. I have more plans. So who wants to be the T-Rex? Or, I mean, should I just be the T-Rex? I don't know. Or should it be a different thing? I was just going for the most, look at me.
That is definitely very look at me.
Oh.
I mean, I can do it.
Well, I mean, I could be a T-Rex for a while and then turn into something else if I get, overwhelmed. But I could just go further down or away, a distance, and then T-Rex, and then walk into the fog, and all like, I'm going to get through the fog just myself. Or should I go somewhere else in the city? I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Maybe going somewhere else in the city would be fine too. I honestly don't know.
What you doing?
Does Durand have input, or does he really want to be the T-Rex, or what do we do?
Whatever makes us more set in stone that it won't mess up.
I don't know.
I mean, we just have to make a distraction and then go through the. I mean, whatever we do should be fine.
Okay, so I will go down further so that I'm sort of in place or whatever. Along the wall, not like on top of them, but far enough away that they're not entirely visible. You know, because I would rather the attention be on the T-Rex than on people casting a spell or whatever. You know, or try to. If they're distracted enough, then they won't notice, and if I'm close enough, then I'm not like running across the city trying to get to everybody. So, okay, yes, that.
Okay. So you head a bit of a ways down. Trust me, you'll know the signal. Head up a bit of ways away from where they're going to set up, away from where the gates are beyond this fog, this 40-foot wide fog wall. And you cast Polymorph. And you are a T-Rex. Standing tall, you let out a very T-Rex roar. You can see through the fog, through the rain, that there is an instant reaction from the plague doctors who are up on the rain in the wall. All of the beaked masks point towards you, and there is shouting and yelling between individuals.
I'm going to run at the wall.
Alright. You charge into the fog.
Yeah.
Okay. As Elevon charges into the fog, the members of the temple begin to do what I was explaining before. And with Gertrude, with the staff, with the book, reading through and reciting bits and pieces of Brelin's notes, but changing them and manipulating them in a way to hopefully undo the fog wall. Elevon, you run in, stomping, charging, the ground beneath your feet trembling and quaking. You can feel bits of the cobblestone road beginning, like, breaking and debris flying up. And you charge, head down, ready to impact the wall. Your sight is nothing, and you due to the fog around you. And as you run, you end up coming out, not impacting anything, but standing near where you had ran into the fog, but now you're back to the wall.
Going to do it again.
Alright, you can hear now Duran Neredian as you watch Elevon rush in, charge in, and then charge directly out as if she had just been turned around. You can now hear the sound of a loud bell, a signal, a warning, a call to action that is ringing out through the splattering of rain and occasional rolling of thunder. And you can see now multiple plague doctors beginning to amass on the wall as they are looking, and all of them pretty much looking towards Elevon at this point.
I'm roaring, ferociously annoyed that I can't bash my head on the wall.
Yeah, annoyed that you cannot give yourself a concussion. Again, you enter the fog and you come back out as if you were magically turned around, just buffeted away somehow.
Tiny arm flailing.
Anyways. The distraction is more than enough. Neredian and Durandakate, your focus is split between Elevon and the group of temples and the group of the members of the temple. and Gertrude gets to a point where she begins to chant. The tip of the staff begins to glow this bright yellow-hued light, and she spins it in the air, the tail of which kind of trails through, leaving like a scar in the air where she trails it through. And as she chants, the other members of the temple repeat the chant, clasping their holy symbols tight, and you can see this symbol that she's beginning to construct, wave, this arcane sigil that is being crafted out of the light of the staff in mid-air. And as the members of the temple chant, it begins to glow brighter, more powerful, with this arcane and divine energy mixed together. With one last word, she pushes the sigil forward, and it begins to push through the fog and disperse it as it does in about a 15-20 foot radius around it. It is just then, as the fog wall is pushed back and rebuffed and pushed aside maybe 20-25 feet, that the plague doctors now start to pull their attention away from the giant T-Rex, where it had been the entire time, and now somehow more panicked than the sight of the dinosaur, the sight of this fog wall being dispersed on its way to the gates. They begin to bring their attention there. A shout, throwing all caution. Everything is stealth is not an option at the moment. Gertrude calls out, "Now would be your time."
Make a break for the break in the fog.
Making a break for the break in the fog.
Yes.
Eleborn,
Go, go, go.
you see your opportunity to hit your head against something. As the fog clears out to the gates, you can see the large wooden gates. It's still a door, still gates, still closed.
Tail thwack.
Tail thwack.
Can I tail thwack it? I mean, so that I have so little brains.
No, you can. I was just assuming that you would just charge it and hit your head into it like you wanted with everything
I
else.
could do that, yeah. Okay, fine, I'll do that then.
Alright, so Dran, Neredian, you follow behind the stomping, roaring, charging Elevornis Rex as she lowers her near metal-plated skull and rams into the door. Go ahead and roll damage as if critical. I suppose use the bite for this, I guess. Either one, I guess. It doesn't matter. But it's against an object. It's very hard for you to miss, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think gates usually dodge.
Dodges out of the way. Way!
That would be weird. Unless it's a mimic.
So then I double the dice, right?
Yeah, just double the dice. And then add the modifier.
If I did, it's 63.
63.
Yeah, was
The gates don't explode, but it is enough so that you break them forward enough. The large timbered beam that was keeping it barred behind it does splinter and crack enough so that a large humanoid could fit through. Right now, the gates are open. It's open enough that Taranda and Neredian could easily fit through. Not quite a T-Rex just yet.
I guess Neridiana would run in.
Okay, Neredian, you run in. I'll describe what you see in a moment.
There's
Durand?
time to wait.
Well,
You guys feel this rush of wind from behind you. Elevon, you can feel it along your tail, along your legs. Durand, you feel it passing you as Neredian enters, and this mistform materializing into Alexander on the other side of the gate as well. Durand, you are on one side, you look back, and you can see at the very 40 feet away now, the fog wall where it was split begins to cascade back together and reform.
I'm gonna yell, "Get your asses in here!"
alright, well, freaking Durand is waving T-Rex of Lauren inside.
Alright.
Guess don't fit, so turn into
Well,
Elvor.
I would say you have time for one more attack on the door, but it might be close.
Is there time for them to open it?
They would have to, like, on the other side, you guys can see there's still like the timber beam that was there is splintered. It's not entirely fractured apart. It was open just enough so that they could get through. They would have to like lift it, move it, and open the gate. Yeah, but either one would be a race against time, kind of. It's up to you, though. It's possible. I'm not going to say it's not possible.
Yeah, I don't want to risk. You know, if it seems like it's all closing in and there's nothing
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a risk. I'm saying it is. You can very possibly get it open and get in as a T-Rex. That is 100% possible. But if you want to go the absolute risk-free option, then yeah, time is a matter of stuff. There will be a roll, is what I'm saying. If you want to try to get in as a T-Rex.
No, it's good. I don't care.
Okay. So, as the fog wall begins to close in behind you, Elevon, you drop the form and you pass by. As you do, there's about 5 seconds before just kind of trailing along the backs and over the tops of your boots, the fog pours in from beyond the gates. In front of you, you see the large manor of Logain and Michel Sanvinique, maybe 250 feet in the distance. It's a large, maybe 6 or 7 storied building with various balconies and towers and spires. You can see some light coming from some of the front-facing windows. Some of them are darkened. But in front of you, through the garden and the stone pathway that leads through it and up to the door, you can see dozens of mask-wearing plague doctors lining either side of this walkway, their gaze directed towards you, but unmoving.
Ah, that's creepy.
Seemingly unfazed by the weather, by the terrible rain that is coming down. There's a small blip of light that catches your eye from the manor. One of the balconies, maybe 5 stories up. And you can see it's the light from inside now coming outward as the door opens. And though very far away, you can still make out the 2 humanoid figures that stand on the balcony in the weather looking down at you. You can't quite make out the faces, but the postures, the silhouettes are very distinguishable. You see Logain Sanvanique with his arm around the waist of Michelle. You hear, amplified by magic, but still almost a normal, if not soft, voice, but as if it was standing a few feet in front of you. The voice of Logain. I figured you would bring problems. Perhaps you can find answers. Perhaps you can find reason in my home. And then, in a commanding voice not directed towards you, allow the three of them entry. Leave my nephew out here, however. I look forward to speaking with you in person. There's a crack of thunder, a flash of lightning that backlights the entirety of this large manor, and when it subsides, there's the closing of the doors. You do not see Logain, you do not see Michelle, you see instead a fluttering of bats. And then a small creak. Large wooden front doors about 200 feet away creak ever so slightly open.
Oh,
Petty doctors remain unmoving, flanking your approach to the Sanvanique Manor. That's where we'll take a break real quick.
Do that.
We can start back up.
Yeah.
We're back?
Yeah.
Alright. So, as the three of you stare forward, rain still pouring down all around you, dozens of plague doctors lining either side of this walkway that leads up to the entrance of the San Benique Manor. The three of you, excluding Alexander, have been invited in by Logain. The doors of the manor, the front doors, opening ever so slightly, as if darkly beckoning you forward. What are you doing?
I mean, we're not going without Alexander.
Yeah, that's... Is there like... I assume you can't get into the house without their permission.
Very insightful, unfortunately. At least until he is dispatched of, or at the very least weakened. You are correct.
Do you think... Can you do anything from outside?
Well, if he tries to call upon these out here, I could at least slow them down. He takes a step forward past the rest of you, and the first plague doctors in the road do step out into the walkway to block his path.
I'll step in, kind of like also see how the plague doctors react.
The plague doctors speak directly to Alexander. You were not invited, brother. I'm not your brother. You can see him, his fists clenched. If that is your mindset, so be it. However, only these three have been invited in. There will be no conflict unless you make one. Alexander pauses and with a glance to the rest of you. They have their instructions, it seems.
Yeah.
Then, in a lower tone so that only the three of you can hear. Being this close, I fear, without... And he kind of runs a finger over the wet metal of the mask that is on his head that you had given him, Duen. I can feel his will, even through this, even through my wardings against it. It is weak, but it is still there. And that means I will be able to sense when it wanes. The moment it does so, I will join you and see him finished.
I don't think we have any other choice but to just go, only the three of us.
Can I walk up to a plague doctor?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, do you like to read?
The plague doctor, the mask, tilts its head curiously. On occasion. Depends on the material. I do not see what this has to do with anything. Please, do not keep your hosts waiting.
Hey, I got the real answer.
True.
I guess I'll just slowly walk towards the doors.
As you do, the two plague doctors that had stepped into your way step aside and allow you to pass. As you walk between rows of plague doctors, the empty eyes of the crow masks just following you, not staring forward, but they're actually watching you as you pass. Duen, Elevorn.
I'll follow. I'll follow.
Okay. Watch as Alexander takes a step back but doesn't seem to lower his guard in the face of these plague doctors.
Oh wait, I have to tell Alexander something before we go in.
Okay.
So I'll just be quiet then. I'm gonna go back to him. No, I was thinking about it. And you said, well, I mean, you live a long time, but you know, she's not gonna live. I mean, maybe she will, but maybe not as long as you will. You know, just something to, you know, you said time, and, you know, it may be a bit more limited for your object.
I'm dragging Elevorn.
Really?
No, I might, this looks dangerous, so I just wanted to tell you.
One thing at a time. And gives you all a nod of good luck.
I'll nod
I'll-
back
yeah,
and
I'll nod.
bring Elevoid.
Okay. So you walk 200 feet or so through a garden that actually seems rather nicely kept. You walk up the steps leading to the entrance of the manor. The door is still slightly ajar. Netadion leading the way. And there you push the door open, and you enter into a large foyer with marbled floors, a large open space with many wings that are attached and uh, to this central space here. There are candelabra on desks and tables that line the walls, as well as wall-mounted ones that give a little bit of light to the area. However, the interior is fairly cold. Doesn't seem to be well heated by any means. There are some old oil paintings and portraits, landscapes, bits of the city, as well as what seem to be people, family members. You can see what looks like a much younger Logain standing with a similar-looking young man, but not identical. You can see the familiar resemblance, though. The three of you enter, out of the rain, but trailing a bit of water into the interior as you do. The doors remain open.
I'll take a last look at Alexander, I guess, if he's still like at the end of the where we started.
You can barely see him through the rain and everything, but he's standing there stoically as if unfazed by the bad weather, but still just watching. And as you turn back, you can see the slight nod of the head. And intensity, even at this distance, to the eyes, a focused resolve.
I'll just kind of nod back also once more. And... okay, guys. Now what? We're just gonna stand here and wait for them, or...
Oh, I think the intention was to go in and speak to them.
Yeah, but usually the owners of the house come and greet you at the door.
Oh.
But I guess vampires don't have manners.
You wait a moment. Nobody comes to greet you at the door, unfortunately. How rude.
Extremely rude. Imagining since these guys are supposed to be all high and mighty and everything, like douche.
Just kind of like aimlessly, like just kind of mindlessly prestidigitationing the water off myself a little, kind of
And you
like,
slowly begin to like dry out your clothes and hair and everything.
I'm not totally freaked out or anything. This is fine. This is
Totally
fine.
normal.
You guys do get a chill, like walking out of the rain into a cold, air-conditioned home is the experience here. So as I said, there are many wings that branch off, hallways, doors that lead to other rooms. This central area is maybe about 40, 50 feet on a side. And completely walled off with the exception of the doors and hallways that branch off from it. There are no staircases or anything in this first room here. There is a large chandelier that's hanging from the center of the room. Again, the candles on it are like emitting a dim light. So like everything is dimly lit. Nothing in this initial room, at least, is brightly lit. But it does seem rather clean.
Well, should we just go and try to find them?
Yeah. Because it doesn't seem they're coming to us.
Oh.
So, you're searching for what?
We're just gonna go look for them? I don't know.
Can I turn off my armor so like the elemental wreath is active so that I'm not cold?
Sure. And that works. Is the Elevorn's armor, the sort of orange and red yellow energy that swirls its way through her. The armor kind of detach from the armor itself and begin to swirl like wisps of flame around her torso, and you are warm.
Hey, that's a good idea. I should make my shield fire or ice.
Cold resistance? I mean, that doesn't mean you don't get cold. You have resistance to cold damage. That doesn't mean you don't get chilly.
That's fine. But
I
I
guess
mean,
I'll-
it's good to do something anyways. No, not to cold, to fire.
To fire?
Let's face it, everybody's gonna freaking
Just burn you.
try to burn me.
I mean, it is an option here. I could just, conjure some fire and, it just. I mean, they can stay if they want.
How about we just set fire to this whole place?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they just said. We don't have to go look for them. They can stay in here. It doesn't matter.
Maybe we should have asked that about, from Alexander, what he thinks if we would burn this whole place down. I mean, I guess this is kind of his home in a sense, but. Right?
So, are you burning down the manor?
No, we're proceeding on.
Okay.
Are there curtains though? Like, big, crazy drapery curtain thingies?
Yeah, they're about maybe 15 feet up. There's a large window that's over the main doorway.
Alright, there's curtains. They catch easily. I'm just making mental notes.
Making notes, okay. Lavorn, go ahead and you can make a perception check as you walk around to make notes of any flammable things. The best way to start a fire and allow it to spread. Should you need to. Not saying that you are, not saying you're not, just in case.
Can I also kind of look around for some small silver objects? Like, I don't know.
Things to steal?
Yeah.
How do I say? Theft?
I mean, you could spend a lot, you could waste a lot of time going around stealing stuff if you wanted.
It's not what I'm mainly there to do. I'm just kind of looking around while we're walking to if there's some silver box or something, whatever.
Oddly enough, there's a lot of decorations, a lot of small knickknacks and trinkets that you see. Oddly enough, none of them made of silver. All brass or gold.
Yeah, should have guessed. I'll take a couple of gold items.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you walk. Because these are the important things that we are looking for.
So, it's a little bit freaked out. Or a lot of bit freaked out because that was a natural one.
Oh no. Does marble burn? I don't know.
16.
There are candles. They burn good. You find a lot of candles that you think would burn rather nicely. 16?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a note as you just go around picking up stuff. Alright. So you take a couple of trinkets and knickknacks as you walk by. You guys head into an adjacent room that seems like a lounge or living area. There's a large velvet sofa with throw pillows and some nice looking small blankets across it. There's a fireplace that is currently dead, unlit, cold.
Ella,
That might burn good, Elevorn.
Ella, you should at least light up that one. I'll point to the fireplace. I mean, it's not gonna bring down the whole house, but I mean, bring warmth into this place. Which actually, yeah.
I'll like go over and start doing like, manually setting it up to light the fire if there's anything there.
Okay. So, Elevorn being relatively dry, you go and there is not too far away, like a little flint and tinder to start a fire. There's enough firewood to get one going as well, and within the minute, the fire is alive and crackling in the fireplace, giving a soft, warm glow to this place. And again, this place is clean, it's tidy, it's a bit opulent, maybe not as much as you may have thought, but well off enough. Not kingly by any means, but definitely, good standard of living. Connected to this room, there's back the way you came towards the entrance, and as well there's a door, a normal sized door that leads to a hallway. The hallway is carpeted with again, suddenly like a dark red colored carpet that leads in. The hallway itself is much narrower than this space, maybe about 7-8 feet across. And you can see it leading down and various doors on either side. And at the end of it, maybe about 150 feet back, you do see a staircase.
That'll do it.
I mean, they seem to be scared of us or something because they don't want to show themselves, but
Or, I mean, we could be walking into one big trap.
Of course we are. Less did you expect than a trap.
There's no reason for them. There's no reason for them to be afraid then.
I don't know. They could still come around and try to taunt us or something, but I guess whatever. And
so warming and drying up just a little bit in this room with the fireplace going. You guys continue?
Yeah.
Alright. Continuing on, you can walk maybe two abreast, or single file, but you can't fit like 3 people wide in this space comfortably. You walk past and the walls are nicely painted and even like sort of like a dark cream color. You walk past several doors on your way, many of them closed, some of them slightly open that you can like peek into to see a closet, a restroom, something of the like. And as you're continuing, maybe about halfway in, everybody make a perception check, please.
nah, 9.
Natural 9?
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's a 22.
22.
My number.
What?
A 22.
Okay. So, Netadion, you are just single-mindedly focused on getting to the stairs. Darand and Elborn, however, as you pass by a closed door, you feel through the gaps along the wall, the hinges, and as well as underneath it, coming from the other side, you actually feel a slightly warm draft coming from the other side of this door. Since you rolled high, you can also hear far off, slightly echoey moaning. Just a whimper. Very weak.
Well, I would want to check it out.
Likewise.
Check out what?
There's like warmth and distress.
Warmth and distress.
What would you want, right? This
I think
is
that's
great.
a good episode name.
I mean, I guess it. Hopefully, it won't hurt to check it out.
Okay. The door is locked.
I'm gonna lockpick it.
Go ahead and make a thieves' tools check.
$26.
Easy enough. Within a few moments, you're able to pick the lock, swing the door open. You enter a dimly lit room. The floor here, immediately upon entering, the carpet turns to bare stone. At the end of the room on the other side, looks like there's a stairwell that heads downward. And in this room here, it's not empty. Instead, you see furniture of all sorts, maybe nice at one point, but now you can see parts of like sofas and chairs, the cushioning ripped apart, and the stuffing inside, the cotton stuffing inside, like kind of overflowing outwards. Chairs and sofas with the wooden legs broken apart. Just a lot of broken, disheveled furniture and mess. You can see that the furniture at one point was nice, but it looks intentionally destroyed.
This sounds familiar. Is this familiar?
Hmm?
This sounds familiar. Is this familiar to me?
Mm-hmm.
Why does this sound familiar?
Because
Is it the
I
house?
scribed on a place that I didn't know where it was, and
Oh.
this is very much how you
This-
described it.
This does look familiar. It's not exactly this place. This isn't the room that you saw, but what you see around you is very similar to what you saw when you scried, the sort of disheveled, broken furniture.
When I did that thing, when I could, see stuff, well, I mean, when I saw Demetrius, it looked like, sort of like this room. Not exactly this room, but similar.
So he most likely is in this castle, well, or this manor at least. Hopefully, he is still here.
You do still hear echoing from whatever is below, whatever is down these stairs, the occasional whimper, very soft, very weak. Occasionally you hear a second one, like multiple voices. And occasionally the sort of eerie sound of metal scraping against stone and like a slight rattling of chains.
I'm gonna go and look sneakily. I'm gonna stealth down.
Okay. You get to the end, and it is a staircase that spirals downward. into darkness. You do have dark vision, and you can see just as fine as your dark vision allows, but there is no light. At least in the staircase here.
That's fine. I have. I have a torch. Beautiful. Let's mark one off.
Alright. Duran lights a torch. You guys are heading down?
I mean, there he went down, definitely.
There he's going down.
She already went.
Okay.
I'm following.
Alright. So you guys head downwards. All the way down to the bottom where the stairs level off and you find yourself on even ground, maybe 10 feet ahead of you as after you have traveled maybe 20 feet downwards, maybe a little bit more, but in a spiral, so you walked a bit more than that. There's a wooden door with bars or a barred window at about eye level. And on the outside, on your side, sort of hanging on a nail is a wooden board with almost like sort of like a clipboard with rolls like sheets of parchment on it as well, hanging just outside.
Oh. Can I take a closer look at one of them?
At the parchment?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just one. It's like a stack of parchment, like hung up on the wall outside.
Yeah, I'll just take a look.
Okay. Looking through it, looks like it's shorthand notation. Each page is denoted by a different number. In your hand, you have about maybe 20 to 30 pages, something like that. And along the side, you can see each page, there's a column for a date, and then a column for what appears to be a measurement of some sort. And looking at it, you can see that it's a measurement of like a volume of liquid. Some of the pages end abruptly, and there's the word deceased underneath, and no more entries for that page. You can see various dates and various volumes associated with those dates.
Yeah. I'll just kind of like hold up the book, one of the notes or whatever, and I don't. This is. I'm not completely sure what this is, but they were keeping track of amounts of liquid or something that probably was in liquid form, and I think that's kind of unsettling since we are talking about vampires. So I'm gonna assume this is something to do with blood and people and...
So you said there are bars like looking into the door? Like into the...
Yes.
Could I try to look through?
You can, and as you do, you notice that the warmth that you had felt had originated from the room beyond here, as there is a fireplace along the wall that is lit and is actually warming the interior of this room. Looking in, you can see a number of individuals chained to the wall. And this is the room that you had seen before in your scry, Alavorn. You can still see some remnants of nice furniture that had been at one point that is broken and just left there. But now unused as the individuals kept here, maybe numbering a dozen or so, are sitting on the floor chained to the wall. You can see their clothes are a bit worn, a bit ragged, some newer than others.
This is the room. This is the room, and I'm like pulling up the bars.
Is there anyone who recognize?
Is Demetrius here?
Looking in, Elevorn, you don't see Demetrius. You see a bunch of people in similar clothing. You see a lot of them are wearing some sort of like loose, almost like loose woolen clothing. A lot of them in robes. A lot of them like dirtied or like sweat stained.
I mean, they look like people. I don't know. I mean, they're people, right? Aren't they? I mean, they have to be. I mean, they're not. I mean, they
Divine
look like-
sense.
Okay. Your sense doesn't reach the entirety of the room, but it will capture a good portion of these people as you peer in. No ping of undead, no ping of anything on your divine sense.
There are people. As far as I can tell.
You can see there are a variety of races as well.
They're still people. They're all people.
I know. I'm just saying.
They are not dead.
For your visual.
Ah,
I can't just leave them here.
I don't think it's safe to come for them. They, let them. They don't look really good. They might not get out. I mean, if they even get out through the door, the plague doctors are still there. And I don't think they would let them just leave. We could come back for these guys, though.
Well, if they're already, unlocked and out of whatever, then it'd be easier to rescue them later.
Okay, yeah. I guess I'll.
we're in a hurry.
I guess I'll start unlocking whatever needs to be unlocked.
Go ahead and make a thieves' tools check.
I mean, I'm not saying that we're not going to be in a hurry. I just have a feeling that we might be in a hurry when we leave this place.
26.
Yeah, you unlock it easily enough. The door creaks open. Now you have a better look at the room, and it is exactly as you saw it, Elevorn. The people chained up here are varied in what looks like their physical state. Some seem malnourished and weak. Others seem rather healthy. But all of them chained up. And as the door creaks open, there is an audible, scraping reaction from the individuals that are chained up as they kind of scooch over, cower, try to make themselves small and unseen.
Hello.
There's no response. There's the wimpy, the scared. They kind of curl themselves up into a ball as much as they can.
We're not here to take your blood or anything. We're here to rescue you.
She just broke into the door. It's pretty impressive.
One of the healthier ones, a rather fit looking man, like he's worked out a bit, it would seem. Half orc speaks up. I don't believe them. This is another trick.
I mean, that can we? We don't have fangs or anything. We're not undead. We're not vampires. We're.
I mean, we have to break open the gates for heaven's sake.
I mean, we could leave you here chained up if you want. I mean, we'll just unchain you. And if you want to wait for us, you can. If you want to try to escape on your own, we're not going to stop you. But we will come back.
And
Yeah.
we're just saying that there is the plague doctors outside on the courtyard. So if you guys want to leave on your own, then that might be a bit difficult. And we still have to deal with the Lord and Lady. But well, you guys decide, and I'll start unlocking the chains if needed.
One of them, one of the sort of weaker looking ones, calls out, "Let me out of here!" Yes. And one the another was like, "What are you talking? What is a plague doctor? What are you talking about?"
Prestidigitation one in my little one.
What is that?
They're all over the city.
They call themselves doctors, but they are not really doctors, and they're just. Some of them are just vampires and take you guys and do this.
No sense of recognition at the side of the plague doctor.
What day is it?
The half orc that was speaking of stopped trying to keep track about. I don't know how long ago I stopped keeping track.
What day was it?
Speaks a date. Last I recall, well, it's been a while since I kept track of the days. More the amount of time that I am in a certain place, so the year does elude me. It was springtime, however, if that helps.
Where were you when you were taken?
Which time?
Oh,
Sheesh.
well, clearly you are not from where you are right now, but well, those things, what Ella over here showed you guys, those are like doctors. They are, some of them are human or humanoids, and some of them are vampires, which are the bad guys over here. So they don't look like that. It's just a mask.
The woman who had the little outburst earlier is gonna, "You gonna let us out or not? Get this thing off of me!"
Calm down. I'll surely let you out, but I honestly do not recommend you guys just rushing out.
And see, some of them are still in various states of disbelief. Some, like this woman here, in a little bit of hysteria, and enough, a few others are trying to keep their sanity, trying to keep relatively calm, like the half-orc.
Oh, Durant, may I go into the back of holding?
Sure.
I'm just going to try to pull some potatoes out. They may not be like super duper fresh, but it hasn't been that long, but we did have a lot of potatoes, so,
I think I have some rations. So I guess I would give some rations to them.
So I'd be like, here, look, there's a fireplace. You can try to figure out how to cook these and have something to eat while we try to solve the problems other places in here.
The half-orc perspective. Appreciated. It's been a couple hours, I suppose.
By the way, was there a tiefling over here? Like, I'll describe Demetrius.
A while back, yeah, a couple days. He wasn't here for long, though.
Hmm.
He was, talkative.
Yeah, that he was.
And as he's still, like, pulling at it and, like, kind of trying to get them as close to you, Nedadiana, whoever's gonna let him go as possible. Calm down. You act like this is the first time you've been in chains. Well, if you intend to do what it is you say, then please do it well. Would not want to make them angry. Tends to be worst for us. As we've learned many times, haven't we? He's still staring at the, like, crazed woman.
We'll try to finish this. Yeah.
Alright, you're trying to unlock them? Unchain them? Alright, it's gonna take some time because they're shackled around their wrists and their ankles. So to go through each of them, it's gonna take some time.
I don't think I'll turn to the half orc. Do you know probably how to use this? I'll like have a couple of the lockpicks on my hand.
Unfortunately, not. I'm not too practiced in that.
Okay, any of you guys? I'll be like, knowledge.
Unfortunately, no thieves amongst the group.
Can I try it? I can guide myself.
Of course. I'll give some lockpicks to Elavon.
All right.
Dron, do you want to try too?
I don't think I have any particular need for that.
Do you want? Fine.
As you
Do
guys,
you want to break them?
Can't break them. They're people.
Not the
But-
people.
I can just snap their arms off and then they slip right out of them.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Maybe
So-
one day you want to learn a new skill, Durand. I mean, this comes handy in many different things besides what I normally do when we're not doing this kind of stuff.
I'm sure it does, or we could just use standard keys.
We don't have keys for everything, though.
If there's a lock, there has to be a key.
But you would have to find one.
That's fine. I'll go ask the Lord and Lady very nicely.
Go!
Alright. So as you're doing this, the half-orc does speak up as you go and start to pick the locks and Nedadiana and Elavon, by the way, make a Thieves' Tools check. Elavon for you would just be a dexterity check. The half-orc speaks up. You know they are probably aware of what you're doing right now. There seems to be an ability of theirs.
They know. They set us a trap, I'm sure. But we don't really have other choice. And my roll was 19.
Okay.
Mine too, but with guidance.
Alright. So, you do manage to start picking the locks. And many of them are looking around, like, at each other, like, what do we do? What do we do? As you free the woman, Neredian, she almost immediately leaps to her feet and heads for the stairs.
I'm just gonna shrug. She was warned.
She runs past you, Deland, and begins to head up the stairs.
I'll stop her.
Alright, go ahead and make an athletics check for a grapple.
Clothesline her.
Oh my god. Prr, 23.
23. Yeah, with a natural 1 on her end, you just
Yee.
managed to reach out, grab her. She's frail, it seems. And she's just pulling against you to zero avail. Let me go! Let me get out of here! Let me go! And as you do pull her, you can see, like, the robe exposes the neck and shoulder area where you can see many puncture wounds.
I don't think that's a good idea if you value your life. There are still those things out there, and if they catch you again, that'd be very bad. Mostly for you.
What am I supposed to do? If they know that you've done this, then they'll be coming back down for us, and then they'll kill you, and they'll kill the rest of us.
You wait here for just a moment. We can go speak with the Lord and Lady. We'll get this all settled.
Make a persuasion check.
Mary is just rolling her eyes because when Duen says, speak to the Lord and Lady.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to them. That's a 17.
Alright, she stops pulling against you briefly. Okay. You can see her still like eyeing the stairs as if it leads to freedom from this and whatever she's been subjected to down here, but she kind of returns back to where she was chained up and just kind of curls herself into the fetal position against the wall, kind of slowly rocking back and forth.
Once we're gone, and obviously I can't stop any one of you from leaving, but again, it should be in your best interest to stick around, at least for a bit.
So Elevon, you get to eventually the half orc as you're working, and you begin to work on his manacles.
Okay.
You get them free. I was just wondering if you wanted to say anything.
Well, I would just be like, you know, it's your choice what you do. And I mean, if I unlock you and you stay here, then, you know, how is that getting their ire or whatever? You know?
Honestly, I dare not get my hopes up. No offense to you or your friends here. That and don't even know the first thing that I would do. Not even sure where we are right now.
You are in Worthy.
Never heard of it.
You're in I don't know. Not the southern provinces, but north of that. Across some water. To like that way-ish. The Arlesian Empire.
Do you know of the Arlesian Empire?
That I understand. Yes.
You're the that way.
Yes, I understand the Empire very much. Everything else you said, however, well, a vague understanding of where the southern provinces are, but, you know, north of the southern provinces, that's a lot of it area.
God, how many years have you all been here?
Oh, I can't have been here too long. Like I said, last I've seen the outside, it was the beginning of the turning of the seasons, from winter to spring, perhaps. Yes. Maybe a little ways into spring, I don't know. The seasons, they behave differently in different parts of the Empire.
I see.
And Elevon, you can see as you undo his chains as well, he also has those puncture wounds along the neck and shoulders.
Do you like to read?
Hmm?
Do you like to read?
Haven't tried it. Never learned.
Thank you for answering my question.
Sure. Still not sure if this is all some kind of elaborate trick or not, but I'm sure that will be answered soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine eventually they'll get around to talking to us, but for now, this is fun, right? I'm learning something, and is your wrist more comfortable yet?
It is, thank you.
Alright. We should probably get going.
Yeah.
Alright, so you finish up freeing the rest of these people down here. Some of them adjust themselves and move and like sort of huddle up together. There's pensive whispering between them. The half-orc still kind of just stays in place, gets into a little bit of a more comfortable position, and just seems to think. Very, a little bit like confused, curious, skeptical about what just happened.
I guess we'll leave the door slightly ajar, just to show that it's not relocked or anything again, and
Okay. Good to know. Anything else before you all leave?
Hey, what's your name? I'm Elehorn.
Dexter.
Dexter. That's a good name.
Well, I appreciate it. Came up with it myself.
Oh, cool.
And kind of looks at you like, no, guys, just confused about the exchange, the demeanor, what just happened.
Well,
I'm
I picked
confused.
my own name too, so I'm not the only one, and I feel I don't know. We're gonna go talk to the people now.
Well, good luck. Alright, so you guys head out?
yes.
Okay. Back up the stairs, back through the room of broken furniture, and back into the carpeted hallway. The warmth of the previous area you were in at your back as you step back into the much cooler area of the rest of the manor. And you guys begin to walk again towards the staircase.
We should get this kind of rocks in our house too.
You want to take some time to cut up and steal the rugs?
No, no. We'll just order ones for later.
Can I have some rugs like those vampires in Worthy? Where can I order those?
From Amazon.
Probably.
What's that? I've never heard of that kind of place.
It's a place owned by Jeffriticus Bariticus.
Jeffriticus Bruticus, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That still doesn't say anything to me to run.
Alright. So you head to the stairs, which themselves are a nice polished stone with a rug cast down from the top that drapes and makes its way down the center of the stairwell. You walk up a few stairs to a landing before it turns to in a 90-degree angle to continue upwards. Same landing at the next set of stairs leads up to a second floor. On one side is the second floor, and then continuing off to the left are stairs continuing upward.
Sort of like leaning up, walked out a little bit into on the second floor, and I'm like, Demetrius!
No response.
Demetrius!
You're heading up or staying on the second floor?
Well, it's just sort of like calling out a little. I mean, should we keep going up? But I mean, he could be here.
It's really hard to try to figure out where anybody is, if Demetrius is even here still, but I mean, at least I know they're trying to lure us into a trap, but I mean, come on, this is kind of ridiculous to make us just wander around.
It's a nice place, though. I mean, maybe eventually we'd build something like this in Ambervale, you know?
Just transport the whole thing there. Just get rid of the Somphoniques and just teleport the building into transposition into Ambervale.
Just bring it to Ambervale with the Somphoniques.
Let's just take the manor and push it somewhere else.
I think that would require way too much work and
that'll
time
save Worthy. That's such a smart idea.
Yeah,
we'll save Worthy.
Save Worthy and ruin Ambervale.
Now Ambervale can deal with a stupid vampire castle.
Yeah, Keena's in Ambervale. She can take care of you.
Exactly. Artat's in Ambervale. He could single-handedly.
For sure. You can't drink the blood of a tree.
Exactly.
Can you imagine them trying?
Vampire sun tree thing.
Oh shit!
Stop ruining my things.
I think that would be better, honestly. Vampire Archer, that's awesome. Anyways, continuing upwards.
Yeah.
So just so you know, like where you saw them, they were pretty far up the manor, maybe about, like I said, the 5th story or so, when they walked out of the balcony.
Too many damn stairs in this fucking place.
Continuing up, you pass the 3rd floor, past the 4th, and as you're heading up the 4th flight of stairs towards the 5th floor, everyone make a perception check, please. So many stairs. I know. I fought a beholder and a demon, but stairs are too much.
Oh, it's the perception check. 12. I'm not a perceptive person.
How much, Elevorn?
It was 18.
Okay.
14.
Elevorn. After calling out, Demetrius, everywhere you go, as you're heading up to the 5th floor, you hear a soft sound of violin music.
I'm running towards it.
Elevorn runs past you guys up the stairs.
I'm running after her.
Likewise.
As you continue, as you guys are chasing her down this hallway, Elevon, you're following the music. Naradian, you hear it as well. This just gentle, soothing ballad of violin music.
Ella, you can't be sure it's him. Just be careful.
Elevon, are you being careful?
You can't convince me that the shiny thing isn't shiny. It's how do I know? Nope.
Just be careful and don't rush in.
I don't know. It is okay. So, like as a player, yes, absolutely, that is more to do. But I don't.
So, running along, the walls here, the floor here, everything is made of stone. There are nice portraits and paintings and candles still dimly lighting the entire hallway. Nice rugs over the stone, but everything is built of stone. You follow the sound until you get to a door on your left where the sound seems to be emanating from. The door is closed. There is a soft light that is creeping around the crevices and the frame of the door.
Okay. So at that point, I just stop and I'm just standing in front of the door, like a puppy waiting to be let in, kind of, with like this sort of like, oh, I did this already. This already didn't work.
I'll actually try to open the door. Is it locked?
It is not locked.
I'll carefully open the door just slightly so I could peek in.
Opening the door slightly, you can see that the stone here ends, and the inside of this room is again, it seems, marble. Sort of a checkerboard pattern of light and dark marble. In the interior, you can see the light reflecting up off of the marble flooring. You can see some furniture, love seats, sofa. It seems rather cozy. From what you can see, just peeking in, you can see a bookshelf, and the sound of the music does grow louder as this is the room that it's coming from.
I'll open it more carefully still, but I'll open more
Opening
so I
it
can.
more, you can see standing kind of in the middle towards the back of what you can see, just gently playing, a content look on his face, is Demetrius. You see behind him there are more bookshelves. There's you can see the light of the marble flooring. It's so dancing, flickering, like a flame is lit somewhere in the room, a large maybe fireplace. You can see maybe different trophies, ornaments hanging on the walls. Two large ornate swords hanging crossed on the wall, as well as various wooden display, jewelry box displays with glass coverings. So that's what you see, opening it a little bit more. Then you hear, "Oh, please, just do come in."
I'll look back at Elevorn and around and
Come
go
now.
in.
Don't be shy.
I'm careful though, so I'm just keeping my distance and everything, but I'll go in.
You go in and you can see that from behind the door on the other side is even more bookshelves, each filled to the brim with books. You can see that there are a couple of desks for writing, and you can see sat at one of them, which is between all of the bookshelves, From the back, you can see a large, muscular man currently scribbling away with a quill, and maybe about 10 feet away from him, lounged on a sofa, is Michel Sanvini, just sort of enraptured in Demetrius's music. You can see Logan, he does seem muscled. He is. Duran, you notice a warrior's build to him. But the three of you enter.
I'm trying to take out a bottle of holy water from my bag.
All right, make a sleight
Carefully.
of hand check.
$27.
Okay.
Would you say they are within 60 feet of me?
They are as you enter.
Oh, are you entering?
All three? Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not gonna
All
walk
three,
in
yeah.
stealthily.
All three.
All right, last use of divine sense.
Okay.
Give me the info.
Michel. Undead. Strong undead presence. Logain. Strong undead presence. Demetrius. Slight. Nothing.
It's like nothing, so he is mostly undead? What?
Nothing.
It's just nothing.
A slight nothing is still nothing.
Duran is gonna let a long sigh of relief out.
So, Naradian. An eyebrow is raised in your direction from Michelle Sanvinique as she meets your gaze, stares at you for a couple moments before kind of looking down towards where you just pulled the flask from.
I'm just gonna look at her still anyways and like okay, fine. She noticed. That's okay. I mean,
Natural 20 on her part plus stuff from perception.
I mean, still, that's fine. It's fine. She noticed. That's, it is what it is. No, I'm just gonna keep staring at her.
Well, look, India. Our guests have arrived. Just one moment, I'm nearly finished. Demetrius, that was wonderful as usual. However, could you please return to your chambers? And, for the time being, do make sure that none of these three come in contact with you, please. Demetrius stops playing, and with a smile and a gracious bow. Of course, my lady. And he begins to cast a spell. Within a moment. What?
Can I tackle him?
Sure, you can try. You run across as this rip in space opens up before him, and as you rush forward, he steps through the dimension door just as you get to where he was. He was too far away, unfortunately. He was near the other side of the room. But now you are out in the center of the room. Naradian and Durand are still near the doorway. Just so we have an idea, I suppose. Right. Nothing. You see, you hear the slight tink of the quill on the glass of ink as Logain replaces it into the inkwell. The crinkling of the parchment as he reads over whatever he was writing, places it back down, and stands up to face the three of you, first looking to Elavorn and then Neredian and Durand. Welcome. I do hope your detours through my home were enjoyable enough.
Oh, not much of a guide the way up here, I suppose. So
Not very good hosts you are.
I apologize for any perceived inhospitality. I must be honest, I was more curious to see what exactly you would do if given free rein. Must say, I'm not too disappointed nor surprised. There have been many before you who have questioned the state of Worthy, but none who have come so far, especially not so quickly. You will understand my interest, then, in meeting you face to face. So now we are here. And certainly you have a way that you feel this is going to play out in your head. But as well, I imagine you have questions. He walks over, turns his back to you, and walks past towards the glass-plated doors that lead out to the balcony that oversees the front of the manor as well as the city of Worthy beyond. There's still rain pouring down, the occasional flash of thunder that illuminates the room and casts a long shadow of Logain across it.
what's the purpose of all of this?
Simply put, a place. A place for those like us. And he turns back and looks towards Michelle. A place, keeping eye contact with her, free of persecution. place where we do not have to run, nor look over our shoulders at every turn. Then back to you. At its core, that is all.
The expense of how many people, though?
Well, ideally, as few as possible. Realistically, casualties, certainly. If things go as I have laid them out, as I have planned, there can be harmonious living between both those of my kind and the living.
Elderborn has been very quiet, but there is an immeasurable amount of rage just oozing from everything. Like her face, she's not going to talk because her jaw is clenched. She's just rageful. Silent, but rageful.
Mary is also not gonna just say anything, but she would have to move like in between Durand and Elevorn, kinda like. Yeah, somewhere like there. I don't want to be clumped up.
Okay, would be about here now.
Just. You would damn people to non existence. For your own good, though.
You forcefully manipulate them and just make them do things with that their own will.
I'm not sure of your opinions of those of my kind. Certainly they cannot be too horrible, as you have, at least in part, allied yourself with my nephew in recent times. But I assure you, it is not an optimal existence, but it is an existence. It's not ideal, but it's still something. Something with potential, something that can be.
Shut the hole on the front of your face. If you wanted what you say you want, you could build it yourself. Don't even say another word.
He stays quiet for a moment, looks to all of you, and then to Michelle, who sits up from her lounging position and stands and straightens her dress, and with her hands clasped in front of her and a surprising amount of something, life, maybe emotion, behind the undead eyes. I can see you are clearly upset, but I fear it is born out of not fully understanding. Do you know what it is like to truly be persecuted, to truly be hunted like a monster?
I know what it is to be a tiny, starving goblin girl in a cave and to bring her to humanity and try to protect her and build a place for her to live?
Well, then it seems like we have mindsets that are fairly similar.
You are wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You're doing it wrong. You don't come to a place full of everything and try to just...
That was never the goal. That was never the plan. Initially, I came back not for the sole reason of escaping, well, bringing Michelle here out of danger, but you do not know what Worthy was like under my brother. It was not a good place for the people. I came back not just for a haven for me and Michelle, but for the people of Worthy, and for 25 years. That is what I did for them.
Until what? You got hungry and decided to eat half of them?
No. Because he's trying to... You see for a moment there's like a flash of the teeth bared, but then restrains himself. Had changed with the plague. That's when things changed.
As far as I can tell, you are the only plague here. Is it the plague of immorality? Is that what you're fighting?
We haven't been
Is
here
it
for that
like-
long, but we haven't seen any signs of any sort of thing that's been afflicting this place other than vampirism.
That is true enough in the present time. It is not how this plague started. When it started, it was very real and very dangerous. There wasn't much to be done to stop its spread. So at risk of losing the entire city, at risk of losing the population, I did something. Something drastic, perhaps, but something necessary.
You ended them. All of them.
And saved how many more by doing so?
No, I don't think you understand. It isn't just that they died, it's that they're done. They're ended. They don't go anywhere after here. Usually when you die, you move on to somewhere else. Yeah, you don't.
You can see this in some sort of like something that he didn't know, which puts him a little bit off, and there is skepticism.
They didn't just die. You ended them.
Speaks the truth.
Looks to you now.
The queen cannot see them. She cannot see you. Thus she cannot guide you anywhere. She has no control, no reach, no touch of any of this. So, they would have died, yes, but they would have went elsewhere. And now they are done. They are ended.
And you now keep spreading this, your new plague. You turn people into vampires. You kill other people for blood. They are the lucky ones, though. They get to go somewhere.
I admit if what you speak is true, I was not aware. However, that does not change anything? How many more would you see dead to pass on to their next life to be guided by the queen? Are a few dozen of these souls worth an entire city? Would you
They
rather
won't
see an entire
ever
city
be.
killed just because they can move on in some capacity?
What if you could never see her again? Because that's what's going to happen to you. And I gesture to Michelle. You never get to see her again. You die, and that is it. You've had your time with her, and this is all you have. The ones who died of other means, will be reunited possibly. Have a chance. You have none. And you've
So we
condemned how
will
many to
see
no chance?
an entire city wiped out because of an afterlife.
It isn't just an afterlife. It is what is the life that you're given? It's not a choice. They didn't choose it like you probably did.
I
It is entirely different if you chose it.
I chose to end a plague which threatened to wipe out
No, did you
the
choose to
city.
be what you are? Did you choose?
I did.
They
She did
didn't.
not.
I don't care if she did. I'm asking you because you're the one who's making. Or is she in charge? Is she the one I should ask? Is she in charge?
Well, certainly in some regards. However, it's more of a partnership for sure.
Oh, because you allow it to be so?
Dear, either she does not understand or maybe too ideological, or perhaps just cruel.
What are you guys going to do once you're done with this town, with Worthy? Once you've turned most of the people into your kind, how
Not most. That was
rest?
never the intention.
Well, anyways, what is going to happen then once you've turned people over here into vampires and into corpses because you need their blood, and then what? What are you going to? You're going to move into another city, aren't you? Another
No.
town. You're going to spread your
No.
plague
This
elsewhere.
is our home. This is the place that we are changing such that people, beings of our kind, can live safely and eventually harmoniously with the living. Eventually, we will find balance. We will find peace. That is the end goal for Worthy. That's always what it has been. I have no reason to lie to you.
Is he lying to us?
To inform you, let you know the truth so that you can make your next decision with that knowledge.
You speak of cruelty as though I'm the one being cruel, but isn't it you? Why would you? Never mind.
Oh, hold on. What about your nephew?
What about him?
Why didn't you let him in?
I do not trust him.
That doesn't make any.
Because before now, he knew the truth. You did not. And yet he still showed up with the intent. I simply wished to offer the explanation, the truth, the gaps that you had failed to fill in during your short time here in hopes that it would allow you to see the bigger picture.
What does that have to do with your nephew being here or not? When is the last time you spoke to him?
Must have been over 2 decades ago when he left.
How was that when he left?
It was... I got caught unawares. I was not aware that Andrea had been working against me. Maybe not against me, but instead in what she would consider Alexander's best interest.
Do you even know what it is that Alexander wants? Why he's come here? Why he left and then would come back?
I only have assumptions. I do not pretend to know, and I would caution you to do the same.
What if I told you that it wasn't so different?
I would ask after the methods, then, the means to the end, because with regards to this issue, with regards to our kind, in relation to the rest of the world, the means and the methods matter greatly.
It isn't easy to do, you know, but we we did it. We made a place where people are welcome that normally wouldn't be, but it's only because we did it through hard work. We didn't just hide things and use fog clouds and behind the mirror and don't look behind the curtain. And this is people in shrouds and everything walking around. It was honest. It was just there. It wasn't. Of course, People were dying. That's a lie. People were dying too, but not from disease. They were dying from killing each other. It's great, right? But yeah, it isn't impossible what you want, but I can't say that this is the way to do it, as far as I can tell.
Just an intermediary step. This is not
But
the end goal.
but can you consider this even living for either you or the people, your townspeople? Because they're scared. They're scared to death. I mean, they're practically dying because of the scaredness that they feel. They aren't living; they're just shuffling from place to place and hurried. And whose house is going to be boarded
I
up
am
next?
aware. I have been with
Yes,
them this entire time. I have
you.
walked the streets. I have spoken with them. I know the people of my city, and I do feel for them. It is because of them that I am doing this.
Making them live in horrific, fear and just terrified all of their lives. They don't
Time
even.
being, perhaps, but it will be better. It will get better. As opposed to you, who would have rather seen them dead. Who would rather damn countless of hundreds, thousands of lives not lived because of some notion of a better morality.
No, it's not a better morality. It's just imagine the ocean, you know, and that is a person's existence. It's an ocean, and you have a cup of water. That is all. So if anybody has damned anyone, it is you.
If, again, what you say is true, I have removed but a few dozen cups of water. You would have prevented many thousands from ever coming into being at the expense of those few dozen. Now, we can debate the morality, debate who is right, who is wrong, who chose the better of two evils, but I stand by my decision, the decision that would see Worthy and its people continue on, that would
Okay.
see them live.
Okay, time out. Sorry. I'm thinking. I don't do it very often. I'm just kidding. Anyway. So, right, you say there was an illness, and your good friend Brolin couldn't cure it through any means he knew of. And so I assume that you went to the temple and asked them for help too in curing this ailment, whatever it was.
We did exhaust all resources. I myself did not visit the temple personally. But this illness, it was spreading at such a rate, killing so quickly and undetected that those that were managed to be cured, for each one cured, 3, 4 more would die. It was unsustainable. The temple only has so much resources to combat such a thing, and we only had so much capability to track it down. And so when we found the source, or sources, those afflicted, those capable of spreading, we stopped it there. By means that you seem to abhor, but by means that were effective.
Well, everybody is wandering around the city thinking that there's a plague about, and there isn't a plague about now, as far as I
No.
can tell.
No, because for those that I had to turn, not only to, well, at the time, I thought continue their existence, but to stop the spread and save others, other lives. They need time. They need guidance. They need coaching and supervision to live amongst mortals peacefully, safely, for both parties. And I will
So,
admit, the
to be-
continued turning, there needs to be enough of my kind to not be persecuted when the rest of the city is informed of our existence. That is why the plague has continued. That is why you found the slaves chained in the basement, to analyze, to find out how much we can take without inhibiting life. It is grisly, it is barbaric, but it is necessary. I'm not here claiming that everything that we do is good or humane. I'm claiming that it is necessary, and that the outcome is one that is worth muddying, well, what I had assumed to be muddying the remnants of my soul with. But that was my sacrifice. That was my choice.
Well, now that we know your side of things, can you bring Alexander?
I do not trust him. He must feel such anger towards me.
Within reason. But-
Certainly, I can't assume he wants anything more than to be free of whatever lingering bond there is between us. And there's only one way, as I'm sure you're aware, that can happen. There is a difference in freedoms between that of a peaceful society, that of tamed animals living within reason, within a set of rules, and the freedom of a wild animal. Alexander wishes for the freedom of a wild animal, whereas I wish to establish order between the living and the not. I suppose what freedom is better? What freedom you would rather see for those with my affliction is the choice you must make to determine who is right, myself or my nephew.
Danae Lavelle.
I know the man. He is the one who acquires the slaves that you found in the basement for me.
Oh, great. You made this easier. Thank you.
He kind of sighs, and a little bit resigned as the shoulders slump. There's a bit of sadness in the eyes, maybe that he couldn't convince at least one of you. He almost looks to you, Durand, almost pleadingly. The reason I am so comfortable, so forthright and honest with everything that I have done and planned to do is because if you don't see that my way is the correct way, I do not fear what you might do. And I do not wish to see that for any of you. So if I did make this easier, Elavorn, since I cannot, you should tell her hello for me. But I do not wish that.
Tell who?
The Queen. If your mind is made up, but I beg you reconsider.
Let me ask you this, because clearly there's something between you and her.
Yes.
And I'm going to gesture to Mary. What if somebody took her? And you just never knew what happened to her. You could never find her. You could search the ends of the earth and you would not find her because you had no means of doing so. Because you're not rich. You don't have any of this money or anything, or you don't have status. She's gone and you can't find her anywhere.
What is the parallel?
And not just gone, but taking in violence from you. And you think that she's dead for 20 years. You think she's dead. And then you find out, no, she is not dead. She is not dead. She is alive, and she is a slave in the desert.
Well, I would do anything within my power to get her back.
That is what you're doing to people?
I did not make those people slaves. They were already slaves when they were acquired. As I said, I do not pretend to be the beacon of fairness, of justness. Fate had already dealt them an unfair hand, and they are necessary for Worthy's future, for the coexistence of the vampire and the
Do you
mortal.
think that people who've lost loved ones, who aren't really lost, who are just vampires, you think that they wouldn't want to help?
I don't feel like they are ready, either side, just yet. Those that are young in the curse, in the affliction, they need more time to hone their restraint when faced with a living, breathing mortal. And those on the other side as well would need time to practice restraint when faced with one of my kind. I have seen firsthand what they do. I was not even like this when I saw it.
I have a proposition.
He raises his head slightly in anticipation.
If you can figure out a way to work together with your nephew, then maybe something can be done.
I think that we need to not. It's very important. The level is very important. That is a thing. That is a thing that has to stop.
Well, with those that we currently have held, the research that we have done thus far, we are very close, if not already upon, the answer of how much and how frequently can be taken from a living without impeding their normal functions.
Well, wouldn't Alexander have some of these answers? He's lived out in the world among mortals. For how long? 25 years? I believe that he has all the research that you need.
That's what I'm saying. If
Not
'Cause-
concern you.
they both
What?
want relatively the same things, just by different means, and if they can both come to an understanding together, then it's less that you need to convince us, and more that you need to come eye to eye with your nephew. If you can even do that after what you've done to him. But if you can, would be, at least the way I guess I would see it is, if you can get the forgiveness of your nephew and learn to figure out a way to make this work the right way, then maybe it would be some sort of repentance.
I do not know my nephew. My intuition says that what he wants is a very different outcome than what I want for those with the affliction. I feel he would prefer the life of a wild wolf, free to roam and hunt as he pleases.
But his methods to achieving that sound better than the methods that you have been taking to keep these things in order.
Better how so, please?
Perhaps
What methods
solely
would
on a moral aspect.
There's morality again.
Yes, it's...
And how many people get hurt on the way to uphold it. Very well. If you would see me come face to face with my nephew, then he shall be allowed. I do hope you understand the dangers, not only to those young in the curse, but to everyone, every living being, should our kind be left to roam free. You think what I have done in worthy, controlled, calculated, and with purpose is monstrous. Imagine what they would do unfettered. And there's a slight sound of wind, a rush of air from the hallway, and then the door pushed ever slightly more open, and stepping in is Alexander. Eyes focused, not meeting any of your gazes, but dead set on his uncle, Logain. After a pregnant pause, he breaks it away and kind of sharply looks towards you, Daran. There is sort of a questioning, but also a questioning intensity to his look. This is not exactly how I had intended to arrive here, nor the scene that I thought I would see. What is the meaning of this?
Been speaking to your uncle for a bit now. I just feel like... Well, I wish you would have been here for the entire thing, but if what anything he says is true, it almost sounds as though both of you are like...
Both of you seem to have the same goal, but you guys are just going about it in different ways, and
He wishes to see us in cages. Although the cage this is the size of a city, he would not let us leave. It would threaten his idea of this perfect, harmonious coexistence. Isn't that right, Uncle? That is exactly as I have said it.
You both wish for a coexistence between the mortals and your kind.
Of a sort. Tell them. I suppose, Alexander, I am interested to hear as well what your idea of coexistence is, well, just as they do not trust us, it is difficult to trust them. I have seen the looks when people realize what I am. I have heard the shouts, the cries. I have seen the mobs coming to whatever place I am staying in for the day. The less they know of us, the less they see of us, the better for both sides. Michelle speaks. Alexander, you speak, should I say, vaguely. Can you not put your idea into more clearer words for everyone? Myself included, please. He just glares at Michelle and then the rest of you. I cannot. As long as he is still here, he is what made me what I am. Even if we agreed, even if we saw eye to eye on what the future of our kind, at least in this area, should be, he would always have that connection, that lingering presence of will. Cannot allow that. I must be free of him. Well, then it seems, unfortunately, that peace cannot be made, as I have no intent on losing the existence that I have. I did not force you to return, Alexander. I did not even wish for it. I was going to let you go, let you live out the rest of your existence wherever and however you wanted. You chose to return and intervene and stand here before me now. That is your choice. And if you choose to take this further, the consequences will have been yours as well. You can see Alexander does seem, in this proximity, just a little bit intimidated by Logang. And the gaze shifts to each of you three in turn. Anything?
I Well, it's unfortunate. It's just
We're here to stop the nail level first.
When business here is concluded and I am convinced that there will be no trouble, I have no problems introducing and allowing you to question Dene Lavelle. But that is not quite the matter at hand. Turns the gaze back to Alexander.
Alexander, you really cannot work with this man.
I have to be free. You can't understand what it's like to not be. Constant pressure, a constant knowing that he's there in my head, in everything that I am. I cannot. I have to be free.
Can't you just do something about that? Can't you just set him free?
He is already as free as he can be. He has been turned by me and has partaken of my blood. There's only one way that he can be freer than he is now. And by the looks on everyone's faces, we all know what that is. So, if you would loose this wild animal onto the world, as well as the others who I have worked so diligently and closely with to best coexist with the living, if you would see all of that undone, if you would see all of that reduced to nothing and worthy, and wherever they choose to go beyond, ravaged by them, and take up your arms. But I assure you that will not be the outcome. I just wish for you to see that my way is the right way. Worthy can and will be a place of peace and coexistence, despite the nastiness along the way.
I mean, what do you have to say to that, Alexander? Do think if this is true, would you consider yourself a wild animal?
If that is how he sees freedom, I suppose that's what it is. I might not describe it that way. That is his choice and his words. All I know is that before anything else, before any other steps are taken, I must be free of this man and his will. It's right there. This is what we've come all this way for. Why are you hesitating now? Not let him talk you out of this. He has had practice. Lots of practice. You know how beguiling they can be. What they did to your friend, remember what they did to Demetrius.
Well, that is the thing, is, He said some stuff, most of it just now, actually, while you're here in the room, that makes me think that, there's somebody else's fault here. Who's at fault more than either of you?
Who are you speaking of?
Well, she very politely asked you to explain yourself better, use better, more clear words. But I mean, if what you feel, how you feel his will imposed upon you, he must feel her will. So who is really behind everything?
It is true that I am the one who turned Logain. And though my will may be felt on him as his is felt by Alexander, it is not oppressive. Does not pain or trouble him as much as it does you, Alexander.
How much of that is truth? Can I make an insight check?
Make an insight check.
Probably wouldn't notice this.
She's
Come on,
very,
guys, you guys should do the
she's very good at talking.
really
Not
can't
sure.
even
Hard to read. Not sure if true or not.
look on the sus.
If you want to think that, sure. Maybe it's completely honest. Logain saved me from persecution. An ocean away from here. He at the time did not know of my state. I don't even recall exactly when I was turned. Couple centuries, perhaps. I had been captured. But he saved me. In doing so, he suffered a very mortal wound. So I repaid the favor and turned him. Never once have I even considered attempting to impose my will. Even if I did now, he is far long enough to resist and get away before I would be able to fully take control. But that is not the nature of our relationship. Nor, as much as you may want to believe, Alexander, is it the nature of yours and his. Your paranoia, your fear, has led you to think things that just simply are not true. You were never at risk of being controlled, your freedom stripped away. Those are all things you manifested in your own head. And I will echo what Logain said. We did not wish for you to return. We did not care either way. And see Alexander, jaw clenching, much akin to Elevorn not but a few minutes ago.
Can't do it, can't do it.
Just looking at between Elevorn and
Of course, like,
Alexander.
looking up at the ceiling, she's trying to distract herself.
What?
Elford is just like looking up at the ceiling. She's like, I'm gonna not do what I'm gonna do.
That's enough of this, Alexander says.
Alexander, one more thing.
What is it?
Your opinion change if I revealed something very important about your existence. Something I
What
found out along the way.
What are you saying?
Don't. That's. I told him because it's like horrible. What if?
What is? What's horrible? What?
What's making this so difficult, Alexander? Why, it's not his words, or I don't think so. I don't feel anything. What's making this difficult is that I know what happens to your kind when you don't, when you cease to exist. When you no longer breathe, when your eyes close for the final time, you.
You can't be
I-
brought back at any means anymore.
you're, assume, tossed into a void. You do not meet the queen.
You do not meet any god. If it's not the queen, that you will not meet any of the deities or gods, or whatever you want to call. You're just gone.
Knowing
would
that,
explain the
do you
distance.
understand how difficult it is to simply just choose to end someone of your kind?
I did not choose this. I did not choose.
Yes.
It was not an act of mercy, he says, looking towards Michelle, to be turned. It was not in someone's grand plan for a better tomorrow, for a city, for a people. It was turned for what? Control? Fear that perhaps someday the people would want the son of the former governor to maybe challenge? Why, Logain? Why, uncle, did you turn me? It may have been a combination of those things, and what it may or may not have been, I can't be sure, but it was a mistake. One wrought of uncertainty, fear. It was a terrible existence that I thrust upon you, my nephew, but my remorse, my guilt, my apologies for the action do not change what is. And what is now you standing here, and I can see it in your eyes. I have seen that look many times. I see a man who's ready to kill or die. Please, he says to the rest of you now. Make the right decision. You can see he pulls back the overcoat that he's wearing to reveal a brass hilt of a rapier and he just rests his hand on it as Alexander has already begun to reach for his crossbow.
While he's doing that, I'm just gonna rest my arm on Incendiary Edge and grip a little bit tighter on the bottle, but I'm looking at everybody, like mostly Trond and Elamorn.
I know you must have meant well. But should all choose how they should live their lives. Should be afforded that freedom.
Michelle walks over to the same side of the room that Logain is on. And should a murderer be free for that choice as well? Should a rabid dog that attacks anything he sees be afforded that freedom as well?
Good cannot exist without evil, but that does not mean they shouldn't have the freedoms to do whatever they need to. A murderer will go on to murder, probably, but somewhere down the line, they will meet their justice. A rabid dog will eventually, finally find peace in the ending of its suffering. It's just the balance of the way that the world works. Something that you're unfortunately no longer a part of.
I will be. We will be. And if you are of the mind that this fate or predestiny, this predetermined course for all things, all people, that is unfortunate. To not think that things could have been better. That if something were done differently, if something were changed, if someone had stepped in and made the right decisions, that rabid dog might not be free to attack, bite, gnaw on the legs of whoever they catch, that murderer could not have been stopped beforehand. Then that is a very fundamental difference of ideologies that we have.
But how many other people's lives will you sacrifice for those preventions? That's the difference between the restriction you offer, the
It's not
certainty.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
You're
That's
buying people. That's not okay.
you're offering
Buying lives.
you're offering certainty at the cost of all freedom. That's not living. That's not what life is about.
It's not even that. It's like he's like, oh, I will protect people from these rabbit dogs that I made. I made rabbit dogs, and now we need to protect people from them. Or did I miss something? I was like, I like your ceiling. It's really nice. I mean, did I misunderstand you? Because that's really what I'm getting from this, and I'm like, I want to make sure that I'm understanding.
I think it was more of a hypothetical kind of thing. Like the world as it is will have a rabid dog in it. If you know the the causes that be will allow it to continue. But if you strict everything, plan everything right from the get-go throughout all of it, yeah, you can probably prevent a rabid dog, maybe. But at what cost? How many other people's how many other dogs will sit in small cages unable to do anything because you wanted to prevent every rabid dog from existence?
Well, there's another big thing that, I don't know how long you've been doing this, but since the city's been turned, closed down and you can't go in or out or anything, people are noticing, and it won't be very long before officials start coming to visit you from the Empire, and sure, you'll be nice to them, but they're going to want you to open the city again eventually, and you're just what?
That was always the plan. We needed this time, with the city closed off from the rest, to ensure the transition of the city, the transformation of the city. But the goal was never to keep it closed off. No. But how much does what I say matter anymore? You have drawn the lines and picked your sides. You would rather see the rabid dog cut down within the first day of their freedom than tamed and spend a life in a cage. I am not here to say which is right and which is wrong, a day of freedom or a life in a cage. I'm just stating the choice that I made and what I have worked towards.
Fine. I'm not one of like your kinds. I'm not a rabid dog or anything, but to me, even one day out in the free, that's better than whole life in a cage.
He sort of nods in acknowledgement of your stance and your opinion. The hand still rested on the rapier, but not taking an aggressive stance. And looking to Durand and Elevorn.
Why does it always feel like you're being watched?
Well, more often than not you are. Especially outsiders who find their way in when they're not supposed to.
Do you sleep? Because I'm tired. I haven't slept really well since I've got here because it doesn't stop. It's always the feeling of being watched. And why? What does that accomplish? I mean, you knew we were coming. You didn't stop anything that we did, really. So what is...
just like my nephew. You're free to make your choice. Free to the extent that you could. To investigate the city, unravel what you could find, and do what you will. This is the decision. Will you stand with my nephew? I need to give you the other side. The option of peace. For a type of creature like me that does not normally find it. Without me, those who have been turned will scatter, will not find any place to call their own. They will always be running, hiding, watching over their shoulders, then looking to Alexander for the next person with a torch or pitchfork. Next silver wielding holy man to sniff them out. If that is the freedom you want, if that is the freedom that you are offering them, take your weapon. Almost without hesitation, Alexander loads a crossbow and just holds it at the ready. Cannot make that choice for me any longer. How I choose to exist, it is my problem. It is my choice. I never took that from you. These chains that you have are fabricated. But they seem real to you. The rapier comes out and is held aloft, sort of loftily at his side. He still doesn't, he's not in a fighting stance and still seems hesitant. Actually, make an insight check, anyone who wants to. He doesn't seem hesitant, it's something else.
21.
Alright. It's not hesitation, it's more of the look of someone who is a bit almost sad, not quite sad, I'm missing the word for it, like somebody who knows they're about to have to, like, put down an animal.
Get it? I mean, kind of been drawn this entire time.
you with me or not?
I am for the freedom of the people of Worthy. Anyone who wants it.
Rand, I think you could make a good follower of Avander.
Alright. So it seems like Neredion and Durand are standing with Alexander.
Oh, Alice just been trying not to cast watery sphere on that bitch for a long time now. So
Oh my god.
She's
So-
secretly been holding. It's like,
Durand,
yeah,
the
basically
weapon-
just holding the spell. I'm like, can I now?
So,
Are
Durand,
we
as you
done
say,
talking? Can you shut up,
I
please?
mean,
Eleanor
Eleanor should have just done it.
Neredian's
Like,
already got incendiary edge. Durand, you take out the sword and shield. There's like a slight hanging of the head, like almost in defeat, not a fear of the battle to come, but a unfortunate resignation that he was not able to show you his way forward. And then there's a rattling on the wall behind him as he takes out the rapier and goes into a combative stance. There's those two ornate greatswords that were crossed rattle and free themselves from their place on the wall and magically fly and hover on either side of Logain, sword tips pointed in your direction. And we will pick up next time with initiative.
oh, I'm still kind of glad that you managed to talk him to let Alexander in. I'm sure that's gonna help a little, hopefully.
I seriously thought that's all Toronto was doing was just like, oh, a genius move to get Alexander in here, and then no, it's like serious talks ensued.
Hey, it's not. It wasn't a. I am not playing the wrong. Not even in combat for like optimization at all.
Yeah, what is optimization?
Right? It was legitimately. It seemed like we've got two people who like the same goal, but like different. It's two sides of the same coin. Ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, but.
So
So-
Logain didn't have to convince me; he had to convince Alexander, and that just was not going to happen. So
Yeah.
I don't even feel like it's two sides of the same coin at all because Alexander wasn't going out, as far as we know, creating more vampires for any reason at all whatsoever to like save a person's life or whatever reason or
As
just
far
Yeah,
as
that's
you
it.
knew.
Yeah, as far as
well,
we know.
yeah. I mean, we have no idea what Alexander has done in his years of researching vampires on his own.
Well,
yeah. I was just
but still,
So
it's not as. Hopefully, it's not, if he has done something like that, it's hopefully not as bad as what these guys are doing.
it's not enslaving an entire city, okay?
Hmm.
Whatever he did, if he turned like one or two people, like it's not a whole freaking city living in like destitution and fear and starving to death.
Maybe he even talked to them and asked, like, "Hey, if, in the technical sense, like, hey, do you want a guy that get turned into a vampire for a test?" You know.
Yeah,
well,
is that?
that's not.
Who knows?
I
don't know.
understood.
There could be some people out there who are desperate enough, who are like dying or something, and they need, want to keep living.
Like Squid Games, but fucking D&D edition.
Never heard of it.
Good.
No, I've heard of it. I never watched it.
Good.
I watched it, but in the end, I don't really see the hype that people have been hyping it. It was okay, yeah, but I
Yeah.
still.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it from their point of view. I mean, again, at the same time, I don't know what the hell's up with me these past couple of years. Every fucking villain speaks to me in some form of way. It's horrible. It's not good.
I mean, I tried to make it not just like villain.
Maybe you should.
Stop it. Stop it, damn it. No.
You
I
want to
like
see-
looking.
I am going to create a space laser to destroy the moon.
Yeah, the whole long-winded explanation.
What
Well-
do you like? Like, what you want a villain that's like, yeah, you know what I like? I like murder, and I'm just gonna.
Can we have Doofenshmirtz?
You've had villains like that before.
Yeah, we have
Can we
Corvette.
have more?
You've had bosses like that before. You had the demon.
Can we
Yeah,
have more?
more. Stop making
More
me feel so bad about
Doofenshmirtz.
killing your fucking NPCs. Damn.
Well, at the end of this, we've been in Worthy for a lot longer than I thought we would be. Would you really want, like, oh, so you have arrived? Oh, time for you to become a part of my thrall minion army. Are you ready?
Look, okay, no, I didn't want that, but I didn't want this giant freaking. No. Saying that I didn't want it is untrue because this is all really good. I like it a lot. It's just this really. I have a really hard time in specifically these kinds of scenarios separating Durand from Dune. It's really freaking hard. Stupidly difficult.
Like, the biggest thing for this with me is like he's presenting this like it's a good thing, but really he just took over a city of living people, started being like, oh, vampires are gonna live here now, good luck, it's gonna be fine, I promise. And I'm like, why didn't you just set up a city somewhere, like build your own?
The two of you build a city for yourselves.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, this is the vampire city. It's like, as you like, once you get to like 3-4 people, just like, yeah,
Oh my
sure, you'll be
God,
able to do that, and without anybody being like, hey, you heard of that vampire city? Oh, that's cool. We should probably leave them alone. That's great.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get why you have to do all this shady stuff. I get why you have to do all these things behind people's backs. And he even said that it wasn't even the full objective for them to keep the place closed up. So this place did potentially probably have an okay future, but now we'll never know because we're the good guys.
Because you're gonna die.
Yeah, they're gonna die. I mean, he was still going about it the whole wrong way because he's
Immoral
like,
way
buying
is the
people.
correct word.
Yeah, that's the correct word. But he's like buying people to experiment with the blood, how much you can take from them and stuff like that. And
The effort is
Yeah.
technically to protect more people in the long run because they need to survive too. So if they knew how much they needed to take for them to survive, then they would no longer need to technically kill
but
anymore.
It's like they're still buying people, and that's not cool.
They were, like you said, they were buying people just for the experimentation. Like, they weren't going to continue to import people.
Still, but who knows how long it's gonna take? Even though he says that, oh, we were so close. Who knows if he was so close?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe. You did see some of the people down there. Like I said, there's varying ranges of, like, healthiness looking.
Still, we don't know. Mary doesn't know.
No.
And like, I would like to just, for your consideration, submit Ambifail. That is all.
Ambivale was created by regular people though from the start.
There was a circle of houses in a clearing. Like, there were 4 houses there.
Yeah, but we're regular humanoids. We're
Yeah,
not.
how long will it take? Like, that circle of houses gets built up to a small whatever thing. Like, oh, you guys hear about those vampires about a day north of Crestfield that are setting up a town? That's fine. Let them be.
Don't
Yeah,
go
the
poking the hornet's nest.
whole like I felt it when they mentioned like, oh, we've been hunted for forever, and I'm like, yeah, fuck, I can get that. It kind of makes sense. You can't just sit there and just start a place from scratch if you're being consistently hunted. Or maybe you can, but it'd be considerably harder, and you just have to make immoral choices to sacrifice that you just
That,
kind of
and
have
I
to
know
make.
it's been a while, but if you remember, before Logain left the city. He was in the city before, but he was like very liked by the citizens.
Yeah.
I
And
also still
I think-
keep imagining that. Okay, fine. They managed to make the whole city be like, oh, vampires and humans can live together. But what happens when a vampire goes rapid? Honestly, when it goes rapid? Have you guys seen the Day Watchers or whatever the movie was?
Mm-mm.
I mean,
Mm-mm.
it was about the whole thing that vampires had taken over the world, basically, and they had humans like in comatose state or something, and they were like taking their blood and selling it and stuff like that. But humans were kind of like going also extinct, and the vampires were recessing back to very feral states, and they were starting to drink from their own people, from other vampires, and that also make them a bit more feral and stuff like that. And they were trying to find a cure for it, and you guys need to watch it.
If you could turn Worthy into a whole like 200 years later movie.
But I mean, vampires attacking vampires, and then if there is some humans, they will attack the humans, and that whole scenario was going through my head.
Was it called Daybreakers?
Yeah, Daybreakers, that's the movie name. Yeah, I remembered it wrong. Sometimes I remember them wrong because I remember them by their Finnish names.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine, but that is the name. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that. It was weird. I
Yeah,
was like, this is bizarre world.
yeah. But that whole thing, because some vampire at some point went crazy or feral and rapid and stuff like that, and started to infect other vampires possibly, and they were tearing each other up even and stuff like that. So that whole scenario was going through my head.
Alright, then keep all these Logains and Cairns coming at me. I'll just not fucking sleep at night over the choices I make.
I wasn't sure the decision you'd make with Karen. I wasn't sure the decision you would make here.
There's I don't like I. This is different. You give me definitely a different situation than with Karen, where I could still try to keep Karen alive, as best as I could. There's two opposite sides. One of them has to go, and
Which is the right one? Which one? There's going to be a difference in the world, definitely, with however this plays out. And I'm not saying you guys' choice isn't even locked in yet. You can still do whatever you want to do, obviously. Like, combat starts, Duen just turns around and stabs Alexander.
Oh my!
You know what? On second thought.
Oh my god!
No, but that's actually what everyone was thinking. Was how about we just take from you what you took from everybody else and see how you feel about the world.
Which is what?
Oh, you mean kill the girl? Or leave him alone?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's evil. That's divine retribution at its best.
And that's
or
going
worse,
for
I don't know.
Elevord even, and
No, because she fucked with me on the street there. She's getting hers. You believe me.
True.
Yeah, don't piss off Elevord.
She's all like, "Oh no, I was innocent and I didn't do anything and I saved him and ooh.
Wait, what? What did she say? Whoop-a-doop-a-doo? I don't recall. What?
Oh, I'm innocent and I am just a poor, innocent damsel in distress and he saved me from everything and didn't know what I was. And then I saved him because I am good and virtuous. But you know what? I'm gonna be a bitch in the street and like dangle your friend in front of you and then be like, no.
What, she knew you were there?
She was looking at us. Yes, she knew we were there.
Well, once you ran towards him, yeah.
And what was he doing in the city anyway, huh? Huh? Show me that.
Maybe she was just in the city and she likes having him along for a stroll.
Maybe.
Okay, and how is he not totally under her control if that's okay with him, by the way?
Well, he is definitely.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
almost obvious, but he's not an undead.
No.
Dran.
I meant the Logain. Logain. How is Logain
Hmm.
fine with her keeping all of these, in quote, pets?
All of this?
Okay, look. That is
Multiple.
that is the one fucked up thing that you can't explain, or maybe you can explain. I have no idea. What the hell is this need for Demetrius to be sitting there playing music for her?
She just likes his music.
All right, well, fucking get your own bard, okay?
He got captured.
Yeah. Demetrius
Get your
is
own bard.
our bard.
He got captured,
Uh-huh,
got
bard.
brought in. Like that. These are things that you know. He got captured. He
can't
got
just
brought in.
take our
He
bard.
got brought in. He got chained up there. Maybe you're not sure. You haven't seen any bite marks. Maybe part of that whole how
He's
much can we take
clearly under
experiment.
some influence, and she can't take our bard.
True. Give us our bard back.
It's ours.
Screw morality. I just want the bard back.
Yeah, you three keep fighting. We just want Demetrius back. Actually, in the end, we don't care. We just want Demetrius back.
Well, that's the whole thing too. Is like we were after Danae Lavelle or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, eventually we'll go to a meeting." Like,
Wait,
that's
what?
not gonna cut it.
Oh yeah,
When
true.
When did you say that?
He
No,
did
said
say
eventually we'll let you talk to him and have a discussion. And I'm like, oh, a discussion is not gonna cut it.
What are you trying to do with Danae Lavelle then?
murder.
Yeah, are we supposed to kill him?
Immediate
I thought we were
murder.
supposed to kill him.
Just find him and kill him? I feel like you've lost part of the.
No. I know. That's why he said that he would allow us to question him.
Yeah.
Which questioning is what we would need to do.
Question
And then murder.
Then murder.
I mean, Neri might do it, definitely.
Oh yeah, I can't stop her.
Very good to take out everybody on the whole chain up. Everybody gets murdered.
Well, at the very tippy top is one of their top clients is that guy standing in front of us.
Oh,
you know?
true.
Like,
What?
True.
don't do that.
That's
don't
true.
make it sound like I'm crazy.
What do you
That's
mean?
true,
How is
he's
he
the
one of
client.
It's top client. He had like maybe 12, 20 people. I mean,
For
maybe,
what we know, how many have
what
there
you
been
know. But
before?
what do you know about that? That's saying one of the top clients is like saying that you know the scope of the entire operation.
Mm-hmm. Well,
One
we're
is
well aware.
connected.
We have the books.
Yeah.
We have the Excel spreadsheets.
Oh shit.
Excel spreadsheet.
We have the tax documents.
Oh no.
We have the W-2s.
We have all the things.
The W-2s of the employees and the
Yeah.
flavors. You know, doesn't pay much. It's really more, it's more commission based, really. But it does have great dental. So I mean, nothing. It was either this or, back to the fish market. Huh?
Yeah. Who likes the fish market?
Rond.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, if we kidnap 4 more gnomes this quarter, that's tax deductible.
What's wrong with you? I'm so stressed out right now. I tried so hard to control myself. I was like, I want to kill her. Can I kill her now? How about that?
You should have just, do it.
The past
Like,
hour and a half has
not
just been
talking
agonizing
and
for
then-
Evelyn.
Yeah, just the past hour and a half has been you just like
But it has.
I mean,
No, I'd have
Totally
been
should
upset.
have just done it and
I'd
just
have been upset.
push.
You guys gotta let me play my bad guys.
No.
No,
Well,
just
how do
instantly
they-
just walk in. Ah, it's you. Come on, come on, guys.
I will have flame strike one of these days if I survive. You'll be sorry then.
I might be, if you survive.
We will survive. I don't have
I will
another
survive.
character made.
I have one other one. That'll be fun.
Yeah, you have, but I don't because Zen hasn't let me do it.
Do what?
Make
The
another
new
character.
Back
You
up
can't even make
character.
whatever character you want.
Look, you're sitting here and threatening my life with Logain.
You know what I
And you
want.
made Marital.
Yeah,
Look,
but
Logain
you know
ain't
what I
nothing.
want.
You're asking me to put an effort to, make a character that doesn't necessarily fully exist yet, and like that's accepting Neridion's death, and I don't want to do that. I mean, I might have to. We'll see.
What's
You
another
have
death to
to,
Neridion, let's be
eventually.
honest.
True.
Eventually, you have to at least get to work.
In like 100 years.
Ah,
It's only
Mary was
eventual in
When
like
she
100
dies of natural causes.
at the age of 70.
No, don't half elves live longer?
Yeah, like
No.
120 or 140 or something.
But do they have normal human lifespans?
They don't. I mean, it depends. You could play it either way, but I think that they live
I guess it
longer.
would depend
No,
on.
I think the shortest lived races are, humans and dragonborn.
No. If you Google that, how elves have long ears like elves? What the fuck is this? They live about 180
What does that
years.
have to do with what we're talking about?
180
I mean,
years.
Wikipedia says that half elves live like 180 years, and they
Yeah.
supposedly are.
So
They
why do you
also
say
supposed to
70?
have long ears. What the fuck? That's no.
So why'd you say 70?
Because I'm sure I read somewhere that they don't live as longer than humans, but
I think they do. Let's
yeah,
see.
I don't know. A lot of these things say that they live
Yeah.
often at least like to 180 years.
Yeah. Often exceeding 180 years.
Yeah, or even that.
Well, I mean, like, how long does an elf live?
Elves live like a hell of a long
12 days.
like
Well,
thousands of years.
12 and a half days.
I mean,
They typically claim adulthood and adult name around 100 and can live to be 750 years old. So they don't exceed 1,000. They're not crazy like that
Yeah.
unless you're a druid. And an elf. Then you live to like what, 7,500 years? That's it?
yeah, full elves live like hella long.
Mm-hmm. Longest lived race.
Mm.
Outside of probably dragons. Maybe
Yeah.
same as dragons. Similar.
Who knows?
rival the dragon.
You will become the dragon.
The dragon elf.
Ella will learn a new form, which is dragon.
She kind of has one.
Well, eventually I can shape change, and then I can be a dragon.
Oh.
Ooh, rainbow colored dragon.
Alright.
That's gonna confuse a lot of dragons if Elevorn would be flying around as a rainbow dragon.
Are you my friend? Or not?
It'll be more of like this last battle. What even are you?
What are you?
I mean, if
Jeez.
you come face with the red dragon, those are... they could attack you just for
They're the
fun.
nicest ones ever. What are you talking about?
No.
In my world, they're nice.
they're red, so they're like the dragons of love.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what is Tiamat in your world?
Tiamat,
Dragon.
Yeah, Matt. I know her.
do you?
All
Yeah, I
the
know her.
fruit flavors.
Yeah. How do you know?
I
Where'd you
mean,
meet her?
I mean, Duran doesn't know, but I know.
Do
I know
you?
I met her. Hell yes, I do.
What?
Of course. Don't you try to be sly with me.
What are you talking about?
I don't trust your sun god either. Okay.
Who's that?
I don't know.
What if I just wanted like a custom deity?
Okay,
It was
that's
someone.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce like my own deity into the D&D world. I don't know what the problem with that is. And so
Okay.
maybe like it's not huge now, but in campaign 2, it could be like an actual deity with like temples and stuff.
Okay.
But-
I mean, I'm down with it. You know, once I see the fucking deity myself. Okay. I'm a paladin. I should know all deities.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either that that's how it works.
Paladins are official deity inspection agents.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
On the up and
I-
up.
It's like it's like the guy that comes in to check if your restaurant is okay. That's what paladins are, but we're for deities.
Yeah. For sure.
Health inspector. That's the term.
Deity inspector just coming through. How did you get to my plane? Hold on, I gotta have a this.
I have a multipass.
Yeah, I told a friend once there's a key for everything, you know. So
Yes.
And you fill the clipboards from the dungeons.
Wrong.
Not the clipboards and the parchment.
Yeah, Duranda's just waving a multipass around.
Yeah.
Or a note. He's carrying a note. I do what I want.
Yeah.
do
Basically.
what I want. All right. Good night.
Good night.
I just got done dropping $330.
God, I can't find the button.